Ladies and, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Could you kindly take your seats? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. The program is about to begin. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen in the aisles, kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Kindly take your seats, please. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you. Good morning, Your Excellencies, heads of delegation, honorable ministers, representatives of international organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome once again to the third and final day of the fast-paced Dakar 2 Food Summit here in Diamniadio, Senegal. Summit hosted by His Excellency President Macky Sall and the African Development Bank Group under the leadership of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. My name is Victor Oladokun. It is my pleasure an honor to moderate this closing session. We've really had a fantastic and an amazing 2 days, the results of which will be unfolded in the course of this closing session. For now, please turn your attention to the screen for a video statement from Her Excellency Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. The video, please.
Your Excellency Macky Sall, President of Senegal and Chairperson of the African Union. Your Excellency Akiwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is my distinct privilege and honor to join you today. Thank you for convening this important, timely, and urgent meeting at a time when the world is facing an unprecedented food crisis. Despite recent falls, food prices are still near historic heights, about 30% higher than they were before COVID-19. This food affordability crisis has meant that acute food insecurity has tripled in 3 years to almost 350 million people, and that 6 countries in the world are in a state of famine, 4 of them in Africa. Making matters worse, rising interest rates are hurting African currencies, making food imports even more expensive. To give an example, Ethiopia is now paying about 180% more for wheat than in 2020, and almost half of that increase is due to currency depreciation against the dollar. Another factor making this crisis much worse is that what we call the fertilizer market crunch. Today, fertilizer prices are more than 2.5 times their pre-pandemic level, which is having brutal distributive effects, both within and among countries. For a typical North American farmer, for example, fertilizer represents around 10% of their production costs. The equivalent figure in West Africa is 56%. So when prices rise, some suffer more, much more than others. This phenomenon is affecting the whole continent. The International Fertilizer Association expected a 1/5 decline in fertilizer demand in sub-Saharan Africa in 2022. This means farmers are sowing less or using less fertilizers in their hands at the worst possible time, in the middle of a hunger crisis, and in the worst possible places, in the countries where food insecurity is rising. Without urgent action, the food affordability crisis of 2022 may become a food availability crisis this year, bringing global hunger and poverty to levels unseen in the 21st century. The United Nations remains committed to facilitating the unimpeded trade in fertilizers and food as part of our negotiations with Ukraine, Turkey, and the Russian Federation in the Istanbul Agreements for grains and fertilizers. The Istanbul Agreements have become an important pillar for food security in Africa. And these agreements wouldn't have been possible without the hard work and support of the African Union and its chairperson, His Excellency Macky Sall. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, please be assured that the United Nations will spare no efforts on these and other food security challenges in Africa. This is our most important mission. We will continue to work on it and to be helpful, to support the countries of the world to avoid a food insecurity crisis in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Rebecca Greenspan, for your video address and for the assurances of the United Nations and its commitment to help mitigate the global fertilizer crunch. It is now my pleasure to hand over proceedings to my dear friend and colleague, Alan Kasuja, who will moderate our high-level panel on accelerating trade and agro-industrialization zones, which, as we all know, are key accelerators of value addition, wealth creation, import substitution, and job opportunities. Alan, take it away.
Dr. Victor Ladekun, thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. My name is Alan Kasuja, like he said, and it's my pleasure to invite my panel. And I'll start by introducing to you Professor Oyebanji Oyelaran Oyinka, who is a special advisor to the President of the African Development Bank. May you come up on stage, please. I'd also like to introduce to you His Excellency Mohamed Sadiki, Minister of Agriculture of the Kingdom of Morocco. Please come up if you may. And Dr. Sidi Ould Tah, Director General, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. If you may come up as well, please. Give them a round of applause. And also Mr. Elhaji Daili Mbaye Lo. He is the National Coordinator of Project Agropole, Republic of Senegal. He's come up as well. And Mr. Gagan Gupta, founder and CEO of Arise. Mr. Gupta saw him a little earlier. And then there's an exciting young man. This man, I've just heard his story and it's extremely inspiring. Ikena Nzewi is the CEO of Relief. Ikena, please. Very, very good to have all my panelists here. I just want to first of all start by recognizing the presence of President Adesina. Good to see you, sir. Looking dapper as usual. Professor Oyeban just set the scene for us. What are we talking about today? And just give us a sense of what's happening. What is this essence of what we're talking about? Help us contextualize this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My assignment is to set the context for this discussion on what SAPZs are. The SAPZ derives from the notion of what we call industrial clustering, the aggregation of key actors within a geographic space. We do this because in most of our countries, infrastructure deficit is very huge, and you want to promote close proximity of actors within this space. The second thing that we do to ensure that actors are attracted to a particular geographic space is to create a concentration of infrastructure, power, water, all the network infrastructure, communications, internet, within that particular space. And what happens is that you help to reduce transaction costs. You help to also engage actors within those proximities to reduce information asymmetry, to also concentrate all manner of other useful things that encourages research, industrial production, and all of that. Our key effort, objective, is to make these zones of production, not zones of trade. And whatever you take from this today, remember, proximity promotes productivity, and productivity promotes higher profit. The SAPZ is a very unique design of this kind of industrial model. What it does is to ensure that we reduce rural-urban migration. In fact, we hope that SAPZs will actually have the reverse operation of having people move from urban areas to rural areas. And secondly, also begin to create secondary cities. Because apart from the production structures that we create within those space, you are going to have all the social services, health, schools, and all of the things that make life livable for people. In the case of the SAPZs, a brainchild of Dr. Adeshina many, many years ago, we've had a huge success, relatively. We hope to do more. In Africa today, we've raised close to more than $800 million, close to $1 billion as catalytic funding by the bank, but also almost equally the same amount leveraged from partners for us to be able to kick this forward. One last issue I would like to raise about the smallholder issue. You know, smallholders are not disadvantaged because of their size. Smallholders are disadvantaged because they are isolated. Isolation is the greatest problem of smallholders. So SAPZ is designed to actually coordinate, provide coordinative functions to build capacity of smallholders. And we have to put the idea of smallholders also into the context. A small producer in Europe, for example, could possibly be a very large producer in Africa. So we don't want to hold on to this idea of smallholder farmers being the model that we're going to be doing. We want to ensure that through the SAPZ in the next 10 years, we have raised their capacity, raised the technology of production, raised all kinds of things that leads to high productivity within those zones. And at the end of the day, we can actually measure what we call zonal efficiency of this particular zone. So this is really our aim.
Okay. And thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. That's very clear. I'm going to come to Morocco in a moment because I'm interested in hearing about examples. It's one thing to talk about these things, but examples are also key. Tell me, Professor, of an example where it's working, where the EPZs have actually taken off and they're working as they should or as they envisioned.
Mr. Gagan, sitting with you, will tell you in Gabon they've had huge success. And I'm sure he's going to give you that example. In Nigeria, we have 8 zones already approved by the bank. In 2021, that was approved. One of them is already under construction. But zones across the world have shown this is a fantastic idea. Vietnam has close to 380 zones, industrial parks. Half of them are actually agro zones. In Ethiopia, we have 24. Half of them are actually private sector zones. So in Togo, in Benin, I'm sure you hear more examples. But this is something that is working. And this is an idea that we plan to push.
And it's an idea that can work in every country.
Yes, indeed.
And it can be changed, contextualized, adopted in order to fit into.
Indeed. Context is very important. We are now in 18 countries, 24 sites in all those countries. Like I said, we raised over $800 million. In all of these countries, they are all different sizes. They are all different commodity focus. But everything for us is about industry-centric.
Okay.
It has to be industry-centric.
Okay, and Mr. Sadiki, Morocco's experience, just paint a picture for us about what you have done, how that has been transformative, what you've learned from, building these things. What sort of lessons are you picking up as you go along?
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation. And I will speak to the Moroccan experience. The agro-industrial zones, we have started doing them since 2008 with the launching of the Agricultural Development Green Plan of Morocco strategy. In fact, this is an idea which stemmed from the need to include value chain upfront and downfront, and also work on it to improve yield, and also work on the other side to add value to the value chain. So the basic idea of developing agropoles, we call them agropoles in Morocco, by using a national plan which has identified the potential zones. A potential zone, in order to host an agropole, should have the production potential to start with, and then it should be able to create a momentum of an ecosystem of services around the value chain. And then it should also have what it
requires in terms of infrastructure. So agropoles, the objective which lie behind agropoles is to step up value added to agricultural commodities from 4 to 5. We should multiply it at least by 4 or 5. Of course, this will depend on the value chains and the sectors, but on an average, we're around 4 to 5 times increase. Agropoles, of course, are made up of a plan in an overall vision where we have an agro-industrial zone to receive the units and processing units, another zone to host the required logistics for the commercialization, and then we have another zone which is specialized in distribution and marketing, a zone which is specialized in services, and that's very basic, very essential. And these services should be state services, public services, because the entrepreneurs should be able to access all services in terms of oversight, authorization, etc., etc. So the services hub, we call it Qualipol. Today, we have 4 agripoles which are ready and are operating, and 3 others which are in the process of being completed. So these major production units, these production basins are irrigated, and they contribute to the development of agricultural GDP. So these zones are zones of competitiveness. They need to develop in an ecosystem culture and also bring together all the services ecosystems around value chains, and thus create jobs, and above all, attract investors to these zones. That is the logistical aspect.
Being attracted
Yes.
to these zones. What are you doing to make sure that they're attractive?
This is the key point. Parce que il ne suffit.
Because it's not just enough to have logistics. What matters is to attract investors to these zones. And for that purpose, we have put in place a master program with industrialists, with the Federation of the various sector industrialists. We have put in place certain public mechanisms and incentives which contribute to the funding of agro-industrial projects. But they have to nevertheless set up their units in the agropoles, and that is a very basic requirement. You can have logistics, agropoles, but which are empty. So we have to attract agro-industrialists from big cities like Casablanca and Rabat towards these production units to create competitiveness, to create jobs. So the incentives offered by the states are important.
One last thing before I move on, because you're making very interesting points, is how do you cater for the small-scale farmer? Because the investor is going to come in, they are likely to have a lot of money, they are likely to have access to capital, which the small farmer doesn't have.
Yes. This is really through the integration of the value chains. So we have what we call the process of aggregation along the value chain, where the small farmers are aggregated around the unit, industrialized unit. And
so like cooperatives? Cooperative?
There are cooperatives. It's another model.
Okay.
But here you have an industry unit, industrialized unit, which aggregate the small farmers through their production. And we have a law for this, which ensure this contract between the small and the aggregator.
That's very interesting. Let's give him a round of applause. The Moroccan experience is one that a lot of people will learn from. I'm wondering, Dr. Sidi Outa, from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, what are you doing at the moment? What are you doing as far as the development of these zones is concerned?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, is supporting the initiative of special agricultural zones And here, in this case, we have a partnership with the African Development Bank, and we have one in Ethiopia. And this is a project which is currently being rolled out in Ethiopia, and which I believe is a very promising project for the structural transformation of African economies. As you know, the main objective of these zones is to address a certain number of problems they face in terms of investment in particular, but above all, to allow for adding value to raw materials in the context of a holistic approach whose aim is to develop a value chain in both ways and try and optimize profits or benefits for the populations and for the farmers and for all the stakeholders. Of course, as a multilateral development financing institution, our interventions are of three types. Firstly, in the context of our dialogue with our partner governments, we offer technical assistance which could enable governments to develop the regulatory and institutional framework which is required for the operationalization of these zones. In the context of the infrastructure financing, we can offer long-term finance to allow for the implementation of basic infrastructure. We also intervene in industrial units by financing CAPEX and also by offering funds for OPEX. And in the context of the African facility, which the bank has developed to support the African free trade, continental free trade area, we are going to fund exports and imports of inputs and the commodities required for the functioning of these special zones. It's also important to note that BADEA has launched an initiative for SMIs in Africa, and here we support everything that will enable SMEs and SMIs from countries where these zones are established so that they can receive subcontracts for these zones. We will also fund everything related to support activities, all the supporting measures which are required to make these zones more attractive. And this takes into account issues like education. Of course, if we have an operational zone, this will mean that there'll be a lot of families who will move to those zones. Social housing is a sector which is funded by our bank. We also fund education and health activities, the development of health and education facilities which will support the zone, and they are part and parcel of the services that we finance. We also have microfinance activities for the neighboring populations, and we put in place funding lines which will allow SMEs, SMIs of the zone to offer various services.
Is it easy to gain access to your money? Is your money available? Is it difficult? If someone is sitting in here and wondering about access to that money, how many loops do they have to jump through in order to gain some of it?
So this is very. So of course, the bank is not very different from other multilateral development banks. So
right.
We do operate with our partners, and we do provide line of financing for commercial bank because we are not in competition with commercial banks. So we do provide line of financing for commercial bank to lend to the private sector. But
no, hold on a second. That's a very interesting point, because that then creates a breakdown in the relationship often. Because what you end up with are commercial banks that make people walk on their heads before they access that money. So how do you then make sure that that relationship is managed so that the money actually ends up where you intend for it to end up?
No, this is a very interesting point. We have been discussing for a long time with many partners. In fact, it's all about the contractual commitment between the development bank and the commercial banks. So we make sure when we select our partners and when we draft the agreement with them, we make sure that we have the right tools to monitor the real implementation of the program, and that the beneficiary will really have access to the financing.
I wish you kept speaking in English. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. It's phenomenal. It's an amazing discussion, this. I just want to hear about the Senegalese experience. And Mr. Law is here, and he's from Agropol. First of all, where is Senegal? What is the vision? What is the experience? What are the challenges you're having to overcome in order to actualize the EPZs?
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers of this event, the AFDB, for its role in putting together the agropoles. Senegal, at the beginning of its experience in setting up the agropoles, we started the setting up of the agropoles in the 2020. And, of course, the preparation was done before that. The experience in Senegal was different in the way that we structured and set up the system. In Senegal, the government wanted to make sure that agropoles are endogenous, that are owned by the population, because we wanted to make sure that the population takes ownership of these agropoles. And we also looked at the issue, and this issue is one that is being brought up here. It is food sovereignty. The populations had to take ownership of these endogenous agropoles. And so this explains our structuring approach. All the actors, all the local populations and farmer organizations have to take ownership of the project. So Senegal sets up modular agropoles, in other words, agro-industrial platforms, regional platforms, and a whole series of development of production. We have to ensure that the farmer organizations are not pushed aside with the arrival of large industrial groups. And so we said we're going to base the creation of our agropoles on the strengthening of the agriculture, the family agriculture, the smallholder farmers. And we are putting together incentives because for these projects, you need to have large industrial units that are set up. And as the minister was saying, you don't want them to be empty. So it is a program of encouragement that the government put in place, because the role of the government is not to manage these agro-industrial platforms, but to put the system in place. And when it comes to access to funding, the whole system is set up in such a way that the agropoles are competitive and attractive as well.
So far, the challenges that you have faced in trying to set up the agropoles, what are the challenges?
The challenges that we have are cross-cutting in terms of the increase of the production. You know that from here all the way to Djibouti, we are dealing with a very fragile ecosystem, climate change, and you also have the security crisis, because one of the objectives of this project is to create local markets. because we are in a security context that is not very encouraging. So we have also the global crises, the war in Ukraine, COVID-19. There is therefore an increase on the prices of certain goods on the international market. And so we wanted to organize the local communities. We wanted to make sure that most of the farmers have access to land and have access to the technology, access to equipment, but also the cultural practices, and have access to funding. The issue of funding, as that you raised, we have to resolve these issues in order to develop a production. It is also the issue of storage infrastructure, the connectivity between the various platforms, and ensure that we develop an agriculture, because most of our small farmers live in a fragmented way and do not have access to the regional and international markets. So we want to make sure to develop transformation techniques, the mastery of water, etc., etc.
There's a lot of things to learn from Senegal, and I'm going to come to you, Ikena, in a second. I'm sort of saving the best for last. I'm sure this, but also because yours is a live experience, one that will give us a sense of how people can directly benefit. But I wonder, Gegan, how do you fit into this conversation as a RISE? What are you doing? How do you fit in? And tell me a little bit about what your work involves.
Sure. So I think ARISE is basically developing industrial zones. So we have industrial zones in Gabon, in Benin, in Togo, in Chad, and under development in Côte d'Ivoire, in ROC, DRC, Nigeria.
And as a private sector entity?
It's a public-private partnership. So what we do is we go and build as public-private partnership industrial or agro-processing zones in various countries, and 9 of them currently, 4 of them operational. And it's typically a 65-35 joint venture whereby we have 65% and the governments, respective governments have 35%.
So you come in with 65% of the cost of the project?
It's a joint venture. So we put in 65%, the government puts in 35%, the joint venture goes in, raise the debt, what is required.
Okay.
And
sorry, I'm going to keep interrupting you because
sure.
you're very interesting. Because you set these things up. And it's showing me that it's not just government's job to set it up, but this model is a PPP one.
Absolutely.
And it's working.
Absolutely.
Right. So how do you approach these governments? What do you tell them?
So I think very valid points. I think typically, you have to first start a little bit step back and saying why this transformation has not happened for the last 100 years. There's a reason that the transformation has not happened. It's just because you come and build an agro-processing zone, the transformation will not happen. And I think you need to address 6 key points. The first is really addressing the soft infrastructure, which is the policy framework. So what policy framework you need from the government to make it work? It can be in the form of aggregation, it can be in the form of non-tariff barriers, various forms and formats that the government needs to create a soft infrastructure. Then secondly, identifying what is the hard infrastructure. And hard infrastructure will vary from country to country depending on value chain that you're focused on. For example, if you're focused on timber value chain in a country, it will be very different infrastructure compared to if you're focused on cotton processing. So really depending on what value chain you're focused, putting the hard infrastructure, it can be water, electricity, effluent treatment plant, it can be road, electricity, basic things. So then we put up the second part, which is the hard infrastructure. Third part, I think, which all my colleagues covered, is raw material supply, very essential. How do you ensure that the raw material will come? And it can be how do you put, work with the farmers to increase their production? How do you go and build, model farms? So if you go to Benin, we have roughly about 2,500 model farms. So where, you take the area, you split into 2, the farmer's area, where farmer is doing half the way he was doing it, half the way he uses our practice, he sees the difference, he says it's a good practice. So how do you sort out the raw material supply? The fourth point is then how do you also sort out for logistics? Because one of the key things is, imagine cashew nut. So cashew nut was getting exported only in 3 months, the entire cashew production was going. Now you need to store for 12 months. So you need to have warehousing, you need to have competitive logistics. Then you go and build that. And then one key important point is how do you solve for skilled manpower? Because this has not happened before. So suddenly, how do you bring the skilled manpower to do that? And you asked about success example. So I think probably two good success examples is, I'll talk of Gabon and Benin. So starting with Benin, Benin used to export raw cashew for the last 40 years. We started the agro-processing zone in July of 2021, and come March of this year, zero export of raw cashew. So that's a phenomenal transformation in our country.
This in less than 2 years?
In less than 2 years.
Hold on. How much money was being made from the raw cashew?
So very good point. So raw cashew as a cumulatively, the export was roughly about $50 to $60 million.
And now?
Now it'll be about $300 million plus.
And that's happened in under 2 years?
Under 2 years. But the more...
And this is one product?
One product. The more glaring example I'll give you now of cotton in Benin. So Benin exports about $650 million of cotton every year. Starting, 3 plants under construction, a 40,000-ton processing capacity, fully integrated. They'll be operational in October and Feb of next year. Just these 3 plants will use only 15% of the cotton, and the value will be $1 billion of export.
Hold on. What do you mean?
So
that 650 for the entire
100%
cotton, of all the cotton?
Yes.
Now suddenly they're exporting 15%.
In transformed fashion will be $1 billion value addition. And as of today, 8,000 people work in the industrial zone, and just the beginning. End of the day, we expect about 32,000 people to be working directly in the industrial zone. I'm not talking of any indirect labor. There's people coming to the industrial zone every day to work.
How do I start an EPZ? Because I think I'm in the wrong job. So if someone here, if there's a bunch of really smart young people who want to get involved in this sort of work, you're a live example that these things actually work. So what are you saying to them?
I think important point is first, I'm saying from my experience.
I know Dr. Adeshina here, he's my friend.
So I think first thing I think we need to be very clear when what are you building the EPZ for?
Right.
Because a lot of times people want to build EPZ for making cars, for making fancy things. But you need to be clear what your EPZ or what your agro-processing zone is going to focus on. So that you are very clear what are you going to build, and then identifying what will make you cost compete in that value chain. Because you have to remember, we are competing with China, you're competing with Vietnam. So how do you ensure that you're doing this transformation on a global scale and you're able to compete with that?
So this back to what you said about Gabon and the cashew nut story. These guys for 40 years was exporting this stuff, and then in under 2 years, it's transformed.
Yeah, and
I think they deserve a round of applause, don't you think so? I think it's a phenomenal story. It's a phenomenal story. Do you have final thoughts before I go to Ken?
I'll just add with the Gabon example. So Gabon used to export round locks for the last 100 years. More importantly for governments, after they banned the export of round locks and transformation, the tax revenue has multiplied by 7 times.
Huh?
The tax revenue is multiplied by 7 times because a lot of times people's mindset is, these special agro-processing zones, these are all, giving tax incentives. But you have to remember that when you add value, even a small portion of tax is much higher than a higher portion of tax on a small value. And therefore, the tax increased by 7 times, and the Gabon has now a showroom in Miami, US, of furniture made in Gabon. Unimaginable. Gabon has become the second largest exporter of veneer globally. Unimaginable. So I think the message I want to leave with that the processing will happen in Africa. It's bound to happen, both for climate reasons, both for demographic reasons and availability of raw material. It's just getting our act together in making that happen. But this is the only way forward that we'll progress.
Wow. I could talk to you all day, but I have to. Ikenna has been sitting there very patiently this whole time, and I need to bring him in. And there's a story that is told about him being a young 15-year-old man, and President Adeshina shows up, and he completely ignores President Adeshina because, tell me that story. What happened? Do you remember it?
Yeah, I can tell the story very briefly. My brothers and cousins and I came together to start an organization to work on agriculture on the continent, and we started it while we were in high school and in college. And so my little brother was the first CEO of this organization, and he was in a board meeting with the rest of us talking about the initiatives that we wanted to roll out. And Dr. Adesina was around, and he noticed that my brother had headphones on, and that he wasn't really like greeting him or paying attention.
So hold on, this is one of the most powerful men in Africa. He shows up at your house and
you don't
your younger brother is not paying attention to him.
It doesn't make sense, right? And so he was worried that my brother was maybe just playing video games or distracted, and so he said, you know, what are you up to? Why don't you greet me? And my brother said, Uncle, I'm sorry, I'm on a board meeting. I'm on a board meeting.
How old was your brother at the time?
Maybe 15, 16.
15 years old, 16 years old, holding a board meeting. and now, how old is your brother now?
He is 24.
How old are you?
27.
What's the current value of your business?
I can't disclose the valuation, but we've raised about $7.5 million to date.
And this is from agribusiness?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's one thing for you to know people who might help you raise that money, but it's completely different for you to go ahead and implement it. Given what you've heard here today, first of all, I'm interested in hearing what your experience with EPZs is, number one, as a farmer or as an agribusinessman, an agripreneur. But also beyond that, what sort of lessons and challenges? How do you make these things bigger? How do we make more success stories like the ones we've heard about from Gabon?
Definitely. So our belief at Relief is that food processing in Africa requires a hub and spoke processing model. And so you need large areas like SAPZs where you add a lot of value to commodities, you're able to transport them, you're able to store them, et cetera, et cetera. But in many agricultural value chains, the value of the crop when it leaves the farm is rather low. Let's say $100 per ton. And so if you look at Africa's infrastructure, we have the highest logistics costs in the world because our infrastructure has not been developed. And so it's very dangerous to then move a crop that is worth $100 and spend $50 per ton on the logistics. That's $50 more that you could have paid a farmer, and you could have driven a better incentivization loop for them to become a more productive farmer. And so our role as a company is to develop smart, light agro-processing technology that can be brought very, very close to the farm gates so we can lightly add value to commodities, remove their chaff, increase their shelf life, and then transport those commodities to large agro-processing locations like the SAPZs.
That's fascinating. And in your experience, how has that changed things for you as young farmers, young people involved in business?
Yeah, so we've started off by doing this work ourselves and doing processing, but one thing I'm very excited about is that an SAPZ has been approved for Cross River State, where we do a lot of our operations in the oil palm value chain. And so we're excited to continue to see this sort of investment take place.
Why are you excited about them being there? What is so exciting about their presence?
The ability to have an industrial park where you can add a lot of value to a commodity after aggregating it from decentralized smallholder farmers.
So how is it likely to impact on your business?
The impact on the business is that you'll be able to add more value to a product.
Yeah, but right? Money-wise, bottom line-wise, what are you going to be able to generate?
Free cash flows.
Right. So it's an exciting opportunity. A lot of young people are thinking about agribusiness. They don't know where to start. And a lot of them might be in this audience, or at least their fathers and uncles and relatives might be here. What are you saying to them? How do they get started?
One of our phrases at Relief is go see the land. I think it's very critical to travel into these value chains, to understand the context that smallholder farmers are dealing with, and not just to sit back in Lagos or in Abidjan reading reports, but to truly engage with these value chains. And so when I moved back to Nigeria at the age of 21, I traveled to about 20 different states over a 6-month period, trading different agricultural commodities to develop an insight on how the market actually works. And I think that is the starting point for people that want to continue to develop this industry.
Right. I think there's so much to learn from this entire experience. And one last question, you talked about Gabon. I want to talk about Uganda, where I come from. What can we do with the coffee? What do you think can be done? And how can that change? Briefly.
So I was actually in Uganda about 1 month back.
Yeah.
And we are currently looking at a few things in Uganda.
Does it include coffee?
With coffee and other agri-products, we're looking at Uganda.
Okay, because, please come to Uganda. You're
Definitely.
more than welcome.
Definitely.
You're more than welcome.
Now I have one supporter in Uganda, so that's also important for us.
Absolutely. If
so I
anybody
have one
gives you a
supporter
problem,
in Uganda, other than the President Adesina and AFC. So we have 3 supporters now, so we'll ensure we are there.
If anybody gives you a problem, I'm likely to be taller than them. So I've got to say thank you to my panel. Let's give them a round of applause, please. It's been a very brilliant discussion. Thank you very much. I'd like to say thank you to Professor Oyinka, who is the special advisor to President Adesina, for helping us provide context, and also to His Excellency Sadiki, the Minister of Agriculture in the Kingdom of Morocco, Dr. Ta, who is the Director General of Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, and Mr. El Haj Dalim Bailo from Senegal, who have been brilliant hosts. Let's give them a round of applause for being such amazing hosts. And also, we've had Dr. Gagan Gupta, the founder and CEO of Arise, who says he's coming to Uganda, and Mr. Ikena Nzewi, CEO of Relief. My name is Alan Kasuja. My podcast is called Africa Daily. Take a look at it. You might like it. We talk about African stories. It's important to contextualize these conversations. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Could you just stay for a moment on the platform for a group photograph with Dr. Adesina? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Very sincere thanks to our expert panelists for their excellent and insightful contributions, and especially to the young CEO, Ikena Nzewi, for the great things that he's doing in that space and inspiring many young Africans. Also, very big thanks to Alan Kasuja for skillfully steering this session on accelerating trade and special agro-industrial zones. Thank you very much, Alan. Greatly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could be seated, we're going to commence with the rest of the program. Kindly be seated. Thank you very much once again to our panelists and to Alan Kasuja for a superb job there. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All right, photograph session still going on. All right, we do need to wrap up this session. Please, kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats, please. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly turn your attention to the screens for a video statement from Her Excellency Chrysula Zakharopoulou, Minister of State for Development, Francophonie and International Partnerships, the Republic of France.
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Président de la Banque africaine de développement, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un honneur pour moi de participer à ce sommet sur la souveraineté alimentaire et la résilience en Afrique, malheureusement à distance. Je salue l'initiative du président Macky Sall et du président Adesina de tenir ce sommet. Comme vous le savez tous, ce sommet se tient dans un moment crucial pour la sécurité alimentaire mondiale et particulièrement pour la sécurité alimentaire africaine. Nous affrontons des crises multiples sur les plans sanitaire, environnemental et économique. Ces crises freinent notre capacité collective à réduire la faim et la malnutrition. De plus, la Russie, suite à son agression brutale et illégale de l'Ukraine, fait de la sécurité alimentaire une arme de chantage et de guerre. Et si ces difficultés affectent toutes les régions du monde, leurs conséquences sont particulièrement dramatiques en Afrique, où plus d'une personne sur 5 est confrontée à la faim. Dans ce contexte, cette conférence doit constituer un moment important dans la mobilisation collective pour renforcer la production agricole et alimentaire en Afrique de façon durable et résiliente. Et mon message aujourd'hui, c'est que la France, avec l'Union européenne, sont au rendez-vous. Nous sommes à vos côtés pour renforcer la souveraineté alimentaire des pays africains. Le renforcement de notre coopération agricole au bénéfice de la souveraineté africaine figure déjà parmi les engagements pris dans le cadre du partenariat entre l'Union africaine et l'Union européenne. Dès les premières semaines suivant l'invasion russe de l'Ukraine, nous nous sommes mobilisés pour mettre en place des corridors de solidarité pour faire sortir les céréales d'Ukraine et pour porter l'initiative FARM qui allie une solidarité de court terme et des investissements de long terme pour promouvoir la production locale africaine. Et la France est aussi pleinement mobilisée sur l'accès aux engrais. Nous avons entendu votre message et savons que c'est un enjeu central pour bâtir la souveraineté alimentaire du continent africain. En septembre, aux Nations Unies, le président de la République Emmanuel Macron a lancé aux côtés notamment du Sénégal, de la Commission européenne et de l'Union africaine l'opération Save Crops, sauvetage des récoltes. Cette opération est un modèle de coopération euro-africaine. Elle vise à faciliter l'acheminement d'engrais vers les pays qui en ont le plus besoin pour assurer les récoltes à venir, mais également à réduire notre dépendance commune aux engrais importés. Dans le cadre du Forum de Paris pour la paix en novembre dernier, de nouvelles actions ont été annoncées pour concrétiser cette démarche. La mise en place par la FAO d'une plateforme de suivi des besoins des pays africains en matière d'engrais, un soutien financier de la France à hauteur de 7,5 millions d'euros aux opérations d'acheminement d'engrais menées par le Programme alimentaire mondial. La première, à destination du Malawi, est en cours depuis le port de Beira au Mozambique. Un soutien à la montée en puissance du marché agricole intra-africain et la perspective d'investissement accru dans les filières agricoles durables et les solutions d'engrais innovantes grâce à l'engagement du secteur privé euro-africain. De plus, la France salue l'annonce d'une task force sur les engrais par la Commission européenne et la Commission de l'Union africaine. Elle nous permettra de faire avancer notre agenda commun euro-africain dans ce domaine en vue de nos prochains rendez-vous communs. Enfin, nous veillerons à inscrire la question des engrais en Afrique comme ailleurs dans le cadre plus général du renforcement de la fertilité des sols et de la transition agroécologique. La France a développé une expertise reconnue sur ces questions. Nous sommes prêts à la partager avec nos partenaires africains, y compris par des formations à plus long terme. Mes chers amis, vous pouvez compter sur l'engagement important et constant de la France et de l'Union européenne pour accompagner la souveraineté alimentaire du continent africain. Pour poursuivre ce travail en commun, je vous souhaite un excellent sommet de Dakar et je vous dis à très vite. Je vous remercie.
Many thanks for your very kind words, Honorable Minister Chrysoula Zakharopoulou. Thank you very much for the support of the Republic of France. Kindly permit me at this point to hand over proceedings to another of my co-moderators, Dr. Papa Abdoulaye Seck, otherwise popularly known to many of his friends and colleagues as Pap Seck, a distinguished scholar of agricultural sciences, ambassador and former Minister of Agriculture of Senegal. He will be handling the next high-level roundtable on policies for transforming African agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Papa Seck as he makes his way to the podium. After the change in names are completed, the proceedings will begin, and kindly indicate, provide details to Papa Seck, and we'll get started. Thank you very much, technical team, for quickly making the necessary changes.
Oui, bon, j'appelle tous les panélistes. D'accord. Bon, il semblerait qu'avant de faire venir... Est-ce qu'on m'entend? Les membres du panel.
Before calling on the stage the members of the panel, I would like to call on Mr. Christophe Guillou from France to deliver a 3-minute speech. Then we'll call to the stage the different panelists to start our discussions. Is Mr. Christophe Guillou around? Dear friends, the floor is just for 3 minutes. Thank you. Good morning to all, Mr. President, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start by conveying my greetings and acknowledgement to President Macky Sall and Akinwumi Adesina for designing and staging this important summit, which went beyond expectations. This is an opportunity because it's the first time I'm taking the floor here to underscore once again the hospitality on the Teranga land, the land of Senegal. France is here with you and stands once again beside governments and African people to reach and achieve food sovereignty and resilience. The current context reminds us the need to make our food system resilient and sustainable. Crises, acting not as causes but as revelators of the structural gaps in food systems. Therefore, we need ambitious policies for transformation of agriculture and globally for the reinforcing of resilience and sustainability of food system. Currently mobilizing, we have 3 axes of transformation which seem to us particularly vital. First, the reinforcement of nutrition by the end of 2022 for the African Union. Second, the structuring of local sectors. And third, transitioning towards food systems that are sustainable. France will be the next host country for the Summit on Nutrition and for Growth in the next 2 years. As you know, the effects of nutrition are less spectacular than those of food insecurity. Yet they are more costly and destructive over the long term. Malnutrition can provoke losses in GDP for 10% for countries. Nutrition is therefore a powerful development tool, specifically when it is focused on the 1,000 first days of life. We support the development policies to structure sustainable value chains, just like the mobilizing through the initiative Vegetal Plant Protein launched during the last summit of AU. France will be a strong support for transitioning towards sustainable food system, taking into account the various crises that are ongoing. Food crisis, ecosystemic one as well. Beyond these 3 points, the current strategy of France focuses also on the establishment in the agriculture sector of decent jobs, especially for youths and women, and also the provision of assistance to the most vulnerable population to cope with food crisis and reinforce their resilience. Our current policy of international assistance focuses on 19 priority countries, with 18 in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2022, France will have mobilized 700 million euros, that is more than 500 billion CFA as ODA, to support food security actions, nutrition, agriculture, sustainable agriculture and development, rural development actions. Such actions are based on the project supported by AFD and also the support to IFAD and FAO. France supports also the Global Food Security Committee, whose voluntary guidelines process framework to support all countries in Africa to help transform the agricultural policies and food policies as well. Lastly, and to land, I'd like to underscore the key role of training in the agricultural rural sector, as well as agronomic research to support such transformations, and the commitment to this effect of French research bodies, CERAD, INRAD, and ERD, alongside the African partners and other key players such as CGRA, and also the European initiative that is CERAD, financing, developing innovation and agroecological projects in order to improve productivity, income, and resilience of smallholders in Sahel. I'm thinking also of project promoting adaptive mechanization to intensify agro-processing. Lastly, I'm bearing in mind the SARA initiative launched in 2022 to co-build between African institutions and European institutions a portfolio, a pipeline of research projects, innovation projects in support to public policies in order to increase agricultural productivity, reinforce resilience, and fast-track transition towards agroecological systems. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci, Monsieur Christophe Guillou.
Thank you for your brilliant speech. Now, I'll call on the stage the panelists for us to effectively start the proceedings on this roundtable. I'd like, with respect, to call on Honorable Ali Saleh Diop, Minister of Livestock Production, Animal Production of Senegal.
Ensuite, le docteur Aboubakar Karim.
Dr. Aboubakar Karim, Minister of Agriculture and Food Security from Sierra Leone.
Appelé également.
I'd also like to call on Mrs. Sako, Agricultural Commissioner and Rural Development and Blue Economy at the African Union. And next, our Commissioner Simon Ewi. We've been looking for you everywhere, and then you come from the background. Our next, Mr. Shaggy Ali, CEO, to join us on the stage.
Monsieur.
And finally, Mr. Hervé Doba, Minister of Finance from Central Africa, from the Central African Republic.
Chers amis,
dear friends, this morning I'm privileged to facilitate this very high-level panel comprised of high scientific and political figures. The theme is known to all of us. The purpose is to discuss the transformational policy for African agriculture. This theme is quite extensive, but we wish that you enjoy it. We're sharing the belief that we have to remove the complex of African agriculture. We need to invent an agricultural future for Africa where, unmistakably, tomorrow is going to hold better promises than today. This is the price to pay. For our shared dream to come true. What is this shared dream about? Ensure food independence for Africa. And we can agree on that, saying that for sure food independence is the most important amongst independences because it's directly related to our honor and our dignity as human beings. That's why increasingly agricultural matters issues come first to become national issues, given the loss of confidence of African countries in response to the international markets, which cannot allow us to ensure our food security. Therefore, we need to have innovative system with allocation of responsibilities between public players and private players. We need in order to aggregate smartly all the contributions to achieve a significant impact in the agricultural arena. That's what we describe as policies, agricultural policies. While to date, we have a panel of high-level figures, political, scientific figures. The query to them is to try to find out how agricultural policies can mainstream some items so that we may achieve impact. These factors are climate change, a loss of biodiversity, how to cope with precariousness and rural employment, how to ensure an effective land reforms to secure private investment without a transfer of ownership, how to improve the environment of production and marketing for farmers be able to produce more and even better, how to massify private investment, and how to ensure the emergence of other players who are going to join the arena for the consolidation and expansion of our agricultural offer. So what should the state do about that? Finally, we're talking about the need to have a very strong private sector here in Africa. What are the risks involved in this private sector? And how can we reduce these risks in our policies so we may have a private sector working positively with smallholder farmers who are well-trained and well-informed, for the aggregation of these contributions may lead to an agriculture which is both competitive, diversified, and sustainable. Well, agriculture with capital A. I'm here with Minister of Agriculture. This being said, I'll give the floor to each panelist for 3 minutes and give them full leeway, depending on the interest, to speak to one of these various items, and then we could relaunch this discussion and try and see what we can do together. This is not a standard moderation with questions asked upstream. It's not an exam. It's not an exam with various questions. We select the questions we want, and then we move. No, this is how I'm going to ensure my moderation and facilitation. You select the topic you feel like talking, addressing. So Mr. Adosale Diop, Minister of Livestock Production and Animal Production here in Senegal. Well, here is a topic. Feel free to select
the issue interested in and provide answers, and then we bounce back. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Pap Abdullahi Sek. Known for being an original figure. There is a number of items, contextual items we have to share amongst us Africans. Africa is experiencing weather crisis since early 1970s, which are cyclical crises, which led to the degradation of our environment. Degradation which have impacted our production systems as a whole, and therefore our production. Since some major policy initiatives have been initiated here and there to try and to come up with solutions to this crisis, we made headways. What the takeaway is that from some years now, the food issue has become a pivotal one, because from the beginning, and I would say this is dependent on the development of economies. In Senegal, the government attempted to come up with a response to these issues under the authority of President Macky Sall. We deemed that the world as a global community compels us to get involved in a dynamic of openness to try and see to what extent Senegal could position itself in this global context, which is open, to produce more and even better. This is the reason why we have put forward some considerations. The first thing consists in trying to develop an institutional environment, regulatory environment, to enable our country to define a robust basis to move towards a competitive and sustainable agriculture. That's how a law described the agroforestry guidance law was developed to define the institutional framework within which all players should be able to find a ground from which they could move ahead, whether these are farmers, livestock developers, and fishermen could find a basic ground to move towards setting up a productive system capable of withstanding climate risks and hazards. From a sectoral point of view, we can mention the pastoral code, which is an instrument enabling farmers and pastoralists to find a framework wherein, in a shared spirit, they can identify mechanisms and tools to enable each type of players to work in a context. The sound areas would increase to be able to meet a more significant agricultural demand, but also in a context where our livestock is growing, in a context where there is climate degradation, which causes pastoralists to move in a static environment. These are so many factors causing the regulatory framework to be at the forefront of initiatives. The second thing consisting in involving the private sector at the forefront of the adventure, if I'm not mistaken. Today, we are absolutely positive that the development of our economies has to be supported by the private sector. This is the reason why Senegal started by thinking that we should formalize our players. So maybe in the performing environment, because somewhere down the line, these are the ones who should be the engine of growth of our economies. And lastly, the government thought about establishing a system, an infrastructure systems, so that the basics in terms of facilities should be there. President Macky Sall did think that in this context, a hydraulic network should be developed through irrigation or through what we describe here as PUDC, which is the Emergency Program for Community Development, which helped cover the entire country with infrastructure, hydraulic infrastructure. But also, we need telecommunication infrastructure to develop services. This is, roughly speaking, the three pillars around which the agricultural economy is going to revolve to be able to meet the food and nutritional demand in our country. As you ask us to do so in the first step, define the context in which Senegal is evolving to be able to develop sustainable agriculture, but also a competitive one against a backdrop of open, competitive economic market. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister of Livestock Production and Animal Production in Senegal. We'll listen to you with sustained interest. I could give the floor, or you have a minister on the panel, that is the Minister of Agriculture from Sierra Leone, because the questions I'm going to put will be for both ministers, and to avoid repetition, I'll give him the floor. After his intervention, I will start the discussion. And it's going to be like an examination. We're going to ask questions to both ministers to try and see how we're going to facilitate discussion in the panel. Mr. Minister from Sierra Leone, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking the organizers of this summit. And I think this is an opportunity for us to be able to showcase what are the challenges and issues that we are facing, particularly in the agriculture sector. I will be speaking to policy, environment, and institutions that we need to take into consideration in the agriculture sector. I think for any policy and institutions to be developed, it has to be human-focused and orientated within that. That has to be very central. And in the case of Sierra Leone, what we've done was really engage our stakeholders and to understand what are the issues, what are the concerns, so that we can look at how we can mirror our interventions. And some of the key issues that came up, which may not be really uncommon to most of you here, are that to do with, one, access to finance, which we all know is very critical in the implementation of programs. And we see all too often that farmers or input suppliers or dealers are quite challenged with access to finance, particularly when it comes to getting funds from commercial banks, with the interest rate very high, most times in double digits. What we have done as a government through the astute leadership of His Excellency was to actually look at where we can bring in support to our commercial banks so that they can lend favorably to our private sector players. In so doing, we created, through the central bank, a credit facility with a single-digit interest rate, which was a big help to our private sector players, and particularly also to farmers. So that's one key thing. Going forward, we are now really looking at establishing an agricultural investment bank, or an investment bank that is favorable to agricultural lending, so that this access will be made available. The other aspect that came up in terms of our conversation is that to do with access to markets. We all know these are sometimes very challenging in some of our communities. And for most of our farmers, where they produce, getting access to bringing their stuff to market can be quite a challenge. And what we have done through the support of His Excellency was really invest a lot into feeder roads that lead to some of these communities. We've constructed about 164 kilometers of feeder roads, and these are really going into the growth areas, particularly our agricultural areas. We've also gone ahead. In some of these areas, there are, used to be cable ferries, and we've actually getting rid of those, and we've got funding now to actually construct bridges all over those ferries. So two things that does: one, it obviously brings communities together, but also it creates access to market. And similar activities are being undertaken within our neighboring countries. The other aspect that came up in our conversation with them is also to do with energy. We all know energy is a big issue, particularly to support processing, storage facilities, and so on and so forth. So we've actually been eligible for the compact, which is an energy compact, and part of that will be going to support most of those growth pole areas. We'll be having grids supporting those growth pole areas so that they'll be able to access energy, and that can be more affordable and make life much easier for them. The other area that came up as well is that to do with, obviously, access to quality inputs. This is really very critical because at the end of the day, if you do not have the right type of inputs that are suitable for your ecologies, then your yields are not going to be very favorable. And for that, it's important that we have regulatory framework that guides both the input distributor as well as obviously the country. So what we've done in that regard is to set up also regulatory agencies. We've set up the Seed Certification Agency, Fertilizer Regulatory Agency, that are there to also ensure that the right type of inputs are brought into the country, or the right type of inputs are being produced that are passed on to our farmers. So a lot is being done from our side as developing the right type of institution, developing the right type of policy. I think lastly, the other aspect that usually we tend to ignore, but it's really very critical, is that to do with research. Because no matter what we do, research forms the basis for us to be able to have the right type of information, the right type of product that we'll be able to utilize in ensuring that our productivity actually conforms to a very good standards. So in all I can say, with the astute leadership of our Excellency, the sector has been thriving. We have seen a very positive trajectory, but that's not to say there are not challenges. There are huge challenges But the only way we can mitigate those challenges is ensuring that we have the right type of policy framework in place, which is what we are doing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. And now we will address a couple of questions to the two ministers, the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister for Livestock of Senegal. When we listen to the ministers in charge of agriculture and livestock, and when we listen to them carefully, we might conclude that these sectors do have a lot of problems. But if we do a typology of all these problems, we realize that the solutions are not to be found within their own ministries, but rather in other ministries. This is why I had written once that the problems of agriculture to be found for 30% in the fields and 70% outside the fields. You are talking of loans. Well, you know, it is outside the scope of the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment. We talk about basic infrastructure, roads, production tracks, storage facilities, etc. All this belongs to a realm which is outside the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, or Environment. It's to be found elsewhere. We also talk about agricultural research. In most countries, agricultural research is housed in the Ministry of Higher Education or what have you. So you see, it's out of our hands. So, and then we talk about market regulation. And we know how the rice market has to be regulated. That's all part of the Ministry of Trade. So now the ministries are responsible for specific sectors, but they don't hold all the keys to those sectors. So what do we do? How do we establish this network or this linkage between what we can call public solutions which belong to the decision makers and then link them to the stakeholders? That is where we are running against problems. So somebody said, late Jacques Diouf said, you know, here, listen, the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, what have you, you're facing all the problems. In addition to this, we have the weather conditions which are dicey. Will it rain? Will it not rain? When it works, we say, well done to the others. When things are not on track, then you are pointed at. So, you know, what do we do? So how are you managing to manage all this so that we have a good sharing of responsibilities, so that we stop considering our rural economies as just administered economies, but as rural economies which are liberalized and which are co-managed? Mr. Minister, I don't know if I have asked difficult questions and addressed them to such senior political authorities. No, not at all, not at all. Well, thank you, Papa Abdoulaye. Well, I must say that, you know, we are all part of a government, right? In a government which is working under the leadership of a prime minister, and under the leadership, ultimately, of the president of the country. So what we have today in Senegal is what we call the Emerging Senegal Plan, PSC, in which we have included the vision of the head of state to start with in terms of agricultural development, with a good breakdown of responsibilities sector-wise. Now, once this framework is defined, we hope to be able to address all the activities which have to be achieved so that together we can converge towards the door to access food security. So this government, which is the instrument to achieve this vision, which has been developed within this emerging Senegal plan, this enables the government and all its entities to get together in order to harmonize what they need to do. So I think a good structuring of activities, sectoral activities, will enable us to really address the policy as defined in this plan, which I mentioned. Well, at least in Senegal, this is how we understand the whole situation. And in fact, this is the reason why every week there is a cabinet meeting, as you know. And sometimes we do have some interministerial committee meetings. I'm sure you understand that the framework exists in order to put in place a vision and whose ultimate objective is to address the problem, whatever it may be, not only in terms of food security, but even other issues which a state might face. Thank you, Mr. Minister. I think your answer is crystal clear. We need to have a good internal coordination, have a good dialogue with all the other stakeholders so that we can aggregate all the contributions and be impactful. And the instruments to do that do exist, as you've said. Well, I don't know. How am I going to moderate? They've just sent me a message to say that we have to leave the room in 15 minutes. Well, you know, I've done my best. Well, I'm going to shoulder a responsibility which is not mine. I still have 4 speakers, 15 minutes, and we have to leave. Okay. The minister from Sierra Leone, I also wanted to give you the floor, but I'm sure you can endorse what your colleague from Livestock Ministry said so brilliantly. Okay, let me give the floor to Sako from the African Union Commission for a minute, right? Just a minute each. So that's 4 minutes, and then we can leave in good time. Sako, you have just a minute. 1 minute. Well, thank you for the floor. For a continental organization which has all the policies in place for this theme, well, 1 minute is not enough. Well, I will. We are very concerned with the situation, current situation of food security, and we do fully. We would like to align ourselves with the food sovereignty issue. We do have the mechanisms to mitigate the shocks being faced by the sector, including climate change, armed conflicts, impact of COVID-19, and the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So we have all these programs in place. Since we are going, but in the interest of time, I will stop here. I think I've finished with the minute you gave me. This is not my dictatorship. This is dictatorship put in place by the organizers. Okay. You are a former researcher, Simeon. You went to the World Bank, and you've just won the prize to be the director, or to be you are in charge of IITA. Can the researchers do something in terms of climate change? Well, if you can't make any contribution, just say no, and we move on, okay? Yes. Thank you, my dear brother, Papa Sek. Well, this is a very important topic. With the 2 caps that I'm wearing currently, that is to being at the World Bank and transitioning towards the IITA. So I think the Agricultural Research Institute, I think that I could come up with some ideas to deal with these issues. Firstly, it is important to underscore the fact that innovative solutions are important in order to manage and address the issue of food self-sufficiency. Well, the issue at stake is to know how to get there. And that's a very basic question. I'd like to speak to three important points, but insist on one of them in particular. Firstly, we need to step up public investments. I'd like to repeat that and even spend it better. And I'll explain what well, you don't have time to explain anything. Just give me your 3 points. Yes, public investment, reforms, policy reforms, yes, and then institutional reforms in order to access markets. These are the three solutions which, according to me, will allow us to address the problems. If you allow me, we can come back to it later. Okay. Well, everything is hunky-dory with researchers. You just need more money, reform institutions, and so on. If you give all this, then the problem is solved. Don't you think that research also should change their mindset and understand that the world has changed and that today our main concern is to focus on ways and means of transforming African agriculture through a paradigm shift? I'm a researcher, but we always think that the others are wrong and that we are right. Anyway, we'll give you these 3 points. We'll increase investment, we'll do the reforms, but you also should change your mindset to go along with the developments that have taken place in African societies and rural economies. I'll now give the floor to our friend Shakib Alj. Well, he has done something fantastic in terms of animal feed. He has his secrets, and he has the secret. He has lasted quite a while in the sector. When we talk about the private sector, this is a concrete example. Maybe I'm wrong, but I did read. I heard that you have more than 2,000 employees. It's a family, a company which is doing well. We looked for you everywhere, and we found you. So what have you done? And how have you been so successful? And you will get 2 minutes. 2 minutes, yes. A little more. Okay. I'd like to come back to what you said earlier. Independence is firstly food independence. Africa has all the capacity to address all this. Over the past 3 days, we've seen that the African potential is 65% of arable land, which has not been developed. And we have a population which will hit the 2 billion mark in a few years. So we do have all the capacity to produce things in Africa. So during the 2008 crisis, and even during the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we've seen exporters who have protected their economies. They supplied goods to their own countries before exporting. The experience in Morocco is we had the Green Morocco plan to start with, which enabled us in 10 years' time to invest more than $10 billion in agriculture. And out of these $10 billion, 60% of investments were private and 40% were public investments. We moved from, the agricultural GDP moved from $7 to $12 billion. This clearly shows that the involvement and the strategy used by the state are important. My personal experience is that we've done aggregations of farmers, and these aggregations, before the aggregation, they used to produce 12 quintals per hectare. In the first year, they increased it to 22 quintals. Second year, they moved to 35. Why? Simply because we reduced the stress. We allowed them to use good seeds, good fertilizers, and also undertake the good processes. And this enabled them to move quickly from 12 to 35 quintals in 2 years of farming. If we duplicate it in Africa, the solution is found. And we must also think of what we're going to lose in terms of production. We need to invest in silos, in refrigeration, so that we don't lose the harvests and the production. I'd like to invite the private sectors in all countries to work closely with the government to find the appropriate solutions in all these countries. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to our last speaker, who is the Minister of Finance and Budget of Central African Republic. You play a very key role in terms of policy. It's up to you to decide whether you want to give or not give money. And in all countries of the world, the Minister of Finance, he's not the Prime Minister, but he's the first among the ministers, because, you hold the purse strings and you distribute money if you want to do it. So ultimately, we are wondering, what should we do to convince a Minister of Finance to release the money in order to implement our policy objectives? I've been asked to conclude, so you have just 1 minute. I can only applaud, because I won't have time to even conclude.
Papa Seck, je vous remercie.
Thank you, Dr. Abdoulaye Seck. Well, yes, just give me 5 seconds to firstly acknowledge the Senegalese authorities for their hospitality, as well as the President of the African Development Bank Group for the excellent work that has been done, and for the success of the summit looking at the quality and capacity of the authorities who have come together. Well, it is true that I'll do my best to add on to what Mr. Ibi just said. You said he spoke about stepping up investments. And another point which is important, which is the optimization of expenses or improve the way we spend money. So at the Ministry of Finance, and this is the case with the Central African Republic, before we increase investments, we have to mobilize resources. In reality, from the angle of climate change and sustainable development, I believe resources do exist. We must simply align them with our policies in order to tap them. Well, even if this is not the forum to do it, I'd like to establish a link with green funds and the fund to combat climate change. You know that Africa is the host of the second green lung of the world, and Africa should be able to mobilize resources which will match our CO2 tapping capacity. Another point which is also important in investments, and in fact, you did say, Dr. Abdoulaye Papa Seck, when you said that we need to move out of the shackle of agriculture and address the issue of agriculture at the national level. In reality, when you address the issue of food, we also have to consider water resources. When we are talking about feeding our populations, we also have to give them drinking water. And this is a wish I'm expressing, so that during the next food summit, the ministers of water resources should also be invited to the event. We also have other issues related to technical and vocational training. Earlier you spoke about research. It's true, researchers should also do a paradigm shift and take into account all the innovations that we have today and propose more realistic models. Well, it's true. It's true that you have the money. We always listen to ministers of finance because you are the ultimate decision makers. But here, I am the decision maker, unfortunately, for you. Yes, that's the way you take revenge. Well, I mean, I'm not asking you for money. Yeah? I'm just asking you to stop. Okay, we have to conclude, and unfortunately, that's the way it is. Well, we should have had a panel which would have offered much more responses, much more answers to our questions. We started quite well with the Minister of Livestock and Animal Production, who has identified a lot of issues, but unfortunately, he will leave this event a bit frustrated because he knows he has a lot of information. He's from the private sector. He knows his subject matter. I'm sorry, apologies, dear brother, as well as to the minister from Sierra Leone, who didn't even have the time to answer my question. But since ministers of agriculture of Africa are often in agreement, I just presume that you endorsed what your colleague said. We have Mrs. Sacco. She started talking about the African Union. It's for a whole continent is just getting 1 minute. But since the African Union is a sum of what the other ministers have said, so even 30 seconds will suffice for you. Well, Simeon Ewi, who's a brilliant scientist, who's going to be at the helm of one of the biggest agricultural research centers in the world, IITA. So we believe that as far as root vegetables and tubers, they are basic commodities, and you are doing a lot of research in IITA, and you will contribute from your center to manage climate change so that we can continue to believe that climate change is not a fatality, that we are capable of developing adaptation and mitigation programs thanks to the capital of technology and knowledge generated by research to bring about a change. Our friend Shakib, I gave him the floor. I asked him, please tell us the secret of your success in terms of longevity. Well, he did not really address that question. It's private sector. They won't give us all their secrets. He spoke about, green economy and green whatever. And, well, he does have a great experience in terms of industrial flour mills, etc., etc. So I'll ask the other businessmen who are interested in the robustness of his company to get in touch with him to see what are the ways and means of continuing our work. Finally, our Minister of Economy and Finance, well, I hope that in your country you will continue giving preference to agriculture. Well, we don't have this pressure put by rural actors on the ministers of finance, but because we tend to listen to people who demonstrate in the streets generally, and the other rural dwellers are in their fields. But, economic growth, at least on the African continent, should be driven by agriculture. That is what is viable, sustainable, and that is what allows us to thrive. So a Minister of Finance who is truly sensitive to agricultural issues, he will always make sure that there is a high rate of growth in the sector. And the farmers are the largest share of our population. So generally, politicians listen to people who will vote for them and allow them to remain in power. So collectively, we should support the primary sector in order to develop. I've been told to conclude again. Well, they give me authority to manage the panel, to moderate the panel, but at the same time, they take away my authority when it comes to continuing. So I hope that Dakar Summit 3 will be a reality, and I hope Dakar 3 will just not be made up of compacts, that it will be an opportunity to celebrate the victory of the African genius, because ultimately Africa will succeed in feeding Africa. And we will control the international market, because countries must produce food to feed their populations their own populations before thinking of the others, so that we can guarantee our food independence and sovereignty. With that, the floor is back to you. We have done a good job, I think, in all honesty, in spite of having to give up the floor. Thank you.
Wonderful panelists, and to Pasek in his inimitable style for moderating this session. Thank you very much, panelists. Please give them a round of applause. And if our panelists can just move to the front of the stage for a group photograph, that would be much appreciated. Panelists, please move to the front of the stage. That failing, technical team, kindly, graciously move our panelists off the stage. Panelists, could you kindly exit the stage, please? Thank you very much once again for your contributions and for your insights. Thank you. Now, from the onset of the Dakar 2 Food Summit, Dr. Additioner really has been insistent that this would not be a talk shop. And in actual fact, it really has been substantive and very action-oriented. To give us a synopsis of what the compacts have and will achieve, please join me in welcoming to the platform Her Excellency Josefa Sako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment with the African Union Commission. Your Excellency Josefa Sako, could you please come back to the platform? Your Excellency, please come back to the platform, please. Thank you very much. And she will be joined by Dr. Beth Dumford, the Vice President, Agriculture and Human Social Development with the African Development Bank, who has played a phenomenal key role in this summit. Please give both of them a warm round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies. The platform is yours. Please go with it.
Good morning, good afternoon, sorry. Bon dia, buenos dias, bonjour. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, all protocol duly observed, Your Excellency, Mr. Macky Sall, sorry, I'm so used to the name of my president, Faki Mahamat, President of the Republic of Senegal, the Chairperson of the African Union, and it's been my pleasure to participate to the Dakar 2 Feed Africa Summit with its focus on food sovereignty and resilience. I wish to thank His Excellency, Mr. Macky Sall, for hosting us in this beautiful town, city of Dakar. My appreciation extends to my brother, the president of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akiyumi Adesina, and the bank co-organizing this very important summit. I commend your leadership and ability to draw the continent's, in fact, much of the world's attention to this issue of food sovereignty and resilience in African contexts. The African Union Commission remains very committed to achieving food sovereignty and resilience in Africa. In 2003, we launched the comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, known as CADEP, PDDA in French. The program aimed to help African countries eliminate hunger and reduce poverty by raising economic growth through agriculture-led development. 10 years after, our head of state started to evaluate how is Maputo Declaration doing. So they came out in 2014, the head of state and government of the African Union meeting in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, adopted 2 declarations directly related to CADEP, to end hunger, and to halve poverty by 2025. Are we on track? I think this meeting is very important for us to mobilize resources and be on track, because our 10 years action plan of the our 10 years action plan of the Agenda 2063, it's about 2025 targets. Are we on track? I hope the progress we make with this important meeting, organize a summit, organized here in Dakar too, will really change the narrative. We need rapid responses because we have 282 million people undernourished on the continent, where we have all the potential to feed Africa, feed our people, and feed the world. So let us speed up, let us come together, all the institutions, all the stakeholder partners, to really address the key issue of ending hunger in Africa. In this context, it has been a pleasure and indeed an honor to see the energy of the Dakar Summit and the evident commitment we all have made to work together to address the pressing challenges we face. Dakar 2 has helped us make demonstration progress and addressing food sovereignty and resilience in agriculture. 19 head of states have participated in this summit, leading high and weight and credibility to the issues we discussed and the commitment we made. Here, Excellency Ministers present here, we need really action commitment, not only political commitment, action commitment at the national level, at the regional level, and at the continental level. Number 2, more than a dozen plenary sessions offer opportunity to celebrate our successes. Take a hard look at overcoming challenges ahead. Of course, we'll always have it. That's why we're talking about resilient agricultural food system, as well as sharing learning and experience on how to adjust that. The summit saw 40 countries compacts presented in large subscribed boardrooms. We have all had opportunity to participate in these boardrooms. These unique high-level led boardrooms provides an opportunity for government to articulate clear plan for agricultural progress and initiate an ongoing process of engagement, consultation, and action. For development partners to renew and strengthen their commitment to support transformation on this continent, and for private sector to feed into national agriculture strategy, solicit investment, and build endured partnership. We set out on Wednesday with a commitment to use our time together to take action, to convert an abundance of political will and agricultural potential into demonstrable progress. We explore the practical and the financial commitment required to address the challenges we face and to push Africa to the forefront of food research, production, and nutrition. Dr. Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, and His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal, along with the esteemed head of state gathered here, made the importance of taking action clear in their opening section. The President Macky Sall showed us how Senegal is driving agricultural transformation and highlighted the important step the government of Senegal is taking continuous progress, including increasing funding from its national budget to support agriculture sector by 2028. Other African head of state shared during the plenary section similar plans to enhance budget commitment, implement forward-thinking policy, build advisory committees, and commit to enhance collaboration across our continents. The commitment made in country agriculture and food delivery compact added substance and momentum to these promises. Open remarks. Plans were laid out and commitment made. What is of crucial interest of the African Union Commission is the action to be taken. We say action, 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 implementation, implementation, implementation. This Food and Agriculture Delivery Compact will accelerate the implementation of CADEP process. The Dakar 2 Summit is just the start of an urgent drive towards a sustainable and resilient food system in Africa. I can feel the energy, the momentum. Thank you so very much for you to be here. You took your capital to stay here for 3 days to really brainwashing and find solution for this crucial issue of hunger on our continent, and for taking important steps towards making major difference in the million lives. So with this, I submit. I thank you. Muito obrigado. Muitas gracias. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana. Shukran.
Thank you. His Excellency Mr. Amadou Ba, Prime Minister of the Republic of Senegal, Your Excellencies, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, ladies and gentlemen. And over the last 3 days, this Feed Africa Summit has been a whirlwind of activity that will soon come to a close with a windfall of results. And I'm going to get to that in just a moment, but as Her Excellency Commissioner Sako said, I'd like to thank His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, the President of the Republic of Senegal, and the President of the African Union and the Chair of the African Union, as well as the Government of Senegal, for their tremendous support and collaboration in co-hosting this event with the African Development Bank Group. I would also like to thank His Excellency Mr. Moussa Faki and also African Development Bank Group President Akinwumi Adesina for his energy and inspiration that made this summit happen. So we know that there's been an unprecedented number of heads of states, ministers, and dignitaries that joined us for real conversations about transforming Africa's agricultural agenda. There were working sessions about converting that political will into demonstrable and also measurable progress. In 48 hours, Dakar 2 hosted 41 presidential boardrooms. Heads of state or their designated representative chaired the discussion of presidential food and agriculture delivery compacts. Many of these boardrooms were so full that all of the chairs were taken. There was standing room only, people were standing in the back, and they worked late into the night. That shows the interest, the energy behind these boardrooms and the results achieved at this summit. They presented detailed plans to mobilize public and private funding drive regulatory reform, and importantly, to establish presidential delivery councils to ensure action, accountability, and more. We saw a concerted effort by African leaders to move agriculture to the center of the stage for financing of national budgets, with Senegal, Mozambique, and Madagascar committing to increase the percentage of agriculture budgets above the CAADP target of 10%. And most of the compacts provided concrete figures of increasing of budgets to agriculture. To give some examples, the government of Kenya committed to de-risking irrigation investments through water purchasing agreements. The government of Zimbabwe committed to building 35 dams in the next 5 years, capable of irrigating 45,000 acres. That is political will in action. We had ministers attending boardrooms of other countries to identify opportunities for cross-border investment, trade, and cooperation. While Nigeria detailed its roadmap to developing special agro-industrial processing zones, the Democratic Republic of Congo unveiled plans for digital farmer registration platforms. And it was my pleasure to moderate the Tanzania Compact, where the country launched initiatives in its boardroom to cut its wheat deficit, by 90%. There's also Zambia, which committed to reducing corporate tax for all agricultural enterprises. The private sector showed up as well, with commitments to purchase increased production realized by the compacts and by building fertilizer production facilities on the continent. Development partners also demonstrated strong support to realize these compacts. Again, just a few examples demonstrating steps heading concretely in the right direction. We are well on the path towards a sustainable agricultural transformation for the continent. And as we come to the closing in the coming speeches of Dakar 2, I ask that we take home something that the African Development Bank President Akinwumi Adesina said at the opening of the summit. Africa cannot eat potential. The commitments made, the detailed plans, accountability mechanisms put in place mark a critical step forward in Africa's ambition to feed itself, and indeed the world. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the work does not end when the lights go off in this conference hall. It's the beginning of a collaboration and a process that must, in short order, deliver the resources Africa needs to feed itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Josepha Sako, for your affirmation of the African Union Commission's support for the ambitions, the goals, and the commitments of the Dakar 2 Feed Africa Summit, and to Dr. Beth Dunford, again for distilling the essence of the agriculture production delivery compacts. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, kindly give both of them a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. As well as for keeping to time, very much appreciated. So please join me in welcoming to the podium right now my colleague and co-moderator, Zanele Morrison, who will steer the conversation and the next panel coming up. Zanele, over to you. Please give her a warm, warm round of applause.
I'm from the country of the long walk to freedom. So it's so important I know how to do long walks. Thank you so much. It is an honor to be with you today. I'm Zanele Morrison, as my colleague has introduced me. And I have the pleasure of hosting one of our last panel conversations and a presentation. What I find most challenging and interesting in the work that we have to do is we have a journey to go to also changing mindsets of consumers to start to welcome and to understand, explore, and utilize the food that is produced in the continent from the land that's right below them. So there are two conversations that I wish to have today, and one is with Mr. Gerald Mahinda, the Chief Executive Officer of a business called Dance Africa Corporation. He's well positioned to talk to us about the branding, the packaging, and the selling of products in a manner that seems quite easy once the product is on the shelf, but there's great complexity behind it. He used to be the Vice President and Managing Director of Kellogg Africa, Middle East, Pakistan, and Turkey, and he was based in Dubai, and he has the ambition to create a 5 billion FMCG business by the year 2030. If I could please invite Mr. Gerald Mahinda to speak to us of his vision. Shall we give him a round of applause? I have had to ask him to wait for quite a bit, and thank you so much.
Your Excellencies, the President of Senegal, the President of African Development Bank, Your Excellencies, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about our vision and what we're going to do. It's really an honor to be here for the last few days. I came here with a very open mind, waiting to feed into the agenda for the last 2 days. And I must say, I'm very inspired, and at least I'm not disappointed. If I could talk a little about the Dance Africa opportunity. This opportunity has come by partnering with one of the large FMCG companies in Kenya, known as Bidco Business. We're bringing our experience of having working with multinationals across Africa with a team of people who have joined me. And the objective is to create a platform that will enable our businesses to come together on one platform. Businesses that are today very successful, but struggling with issues like succession, capability, and capacity. And therefore, we're bringing our know-how and our knowledge together on this platform that we have created that will be driven to drive and build an FMCG business, which will be very unique in the sense that it starts from what we call farm to fork. And therefore, agriculture is critical for this business as the input and the supply chain into our businesses. We will manufacture, but most importantly, we'll create brands. And therefore, our primary objective is to become a market maker. So we'll create brands, we'll create demand, and then finally, we're going to create a route to market that will get these brands to the consumer. So creating a full value chain from, as we say, farm to fork for businesses across initially Eastern Africa, and then we will grow this on across Africa. It is an agenda we've done before. Some of you will be familiar with the Diageo business in East Africa, where 90% of the output of the product is all sourced locally, local barley, local sorghum, and all components that go into the brands are very, very, very much local. We will acquire the brands by bringing in other smaller businesses into the platform and then give them the capability that we're going to bring from a Dance Africa point of view. As we said, a big investment is going to go, in fact, the majority of the investment is going to go into creating brands because we believe that brands are the ones that create the sustainability of the demand. Africa is unique in the sense that the route to market is a challenge, and therefore we are developing a comprehensive, technologically based platform that will get all the products directly to the consumer all over the country. And once we've created that sustainability, we do need the security of supply from a raw materials point of view, and that is the reason why the agriculture is going to be significantly important for us in developing this agenda. We are going to cover a whole spectrum from food to healthcare, personal care, and even pharmaceutical. We're going to cover the whole range of products that are used in homes by consumers, done for Africans, by Africans. We have kicked off. The Dance Africa is now about 3 months old. We've got strong sponsorship, as I said, from the Bidco platform. And our first acquisition, and to prove the concept, is that we have acquired the Bidco business by itself, and that's now on board. And we're looking forward to bring more businesses into this agenda as we look towards our vision to building a $5 billion business in Africa by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we wish you all the best. We'll be watching and we'll be stocking Dance Africa products on our shelves, bathrooms, you name it.
And the fact that she just mentioned Dance Africa, I know a lot of people have asked me, why Dance Africa? The purpose and the vision of our business is bringing joy to everyday life. And in Africa, once you bring joy, you dance to celebrate. So we are so confident about the success of this business, and that's the reason the name Dance Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And that was Mr. Gerald Mahinda, the Chief Executive of Dance Africa. And I'd love to bring a surprise guest whom I met. She didn't know who I was, but she walked into the taxi we were in and she already gave us an elevator pitch of her products. And then I see that she's on the program. So I asked to have a quick conversation with her around how she's taking a product that is readily available and turning it into oil, to wheat, and to a household snack. So if I could have on stage Marie-Ange Mukagahimba, I'm going to have a quick conversation with her. She's the Managing Director of Zima Enterprises, Dynamite in Small Packages. Okay, that should work. Marie, thank you so much. Tell your story, because when you think of olive oil, when you think of oil, you think of olive oil, you think of sunflower oil, and we generally tend to consume things that aren't even made at home. You know, we're looking at importing, and it's not always the best quality. So how did you come up with this concept, and what are you giving consumers?
Thank you so much. Yeah, you're right. Many of the customers have the perception that the good quality are coming from abroad. And I think this is the problem of mindset, because every country have been gifted with the nature of the product and the raw materials that could handle everything. When it comes to the food, you will find people are tasting the food differently, depends on what they like, where they have been born, or such kind. So I came up with the idea of producing the pumpkin seed oil that work like olive oil, because I thought I didn't understand why we always, when we see in our country, we have like 99% of the oils, edible oils, are coming from abroad. And I think to come from abroad, it's not because we can't make them at home. And it seems like we can't make it, but it's not true. Maybe in Rwanda it is not grown, the olive seed, but we have other like 1 million seed that produce the oil. Every seed like sesame oil, like pumpkin seed, like many seeds are producing the oil, and high quality oils. Why always people should stuck on the olive oil coming from Spain, and seems like it is the one to be edible only? No, it's not true. It's not fair. So I think like I came up with that idea when I was a student at university in my last year at university, and I was looking for the innovation, something that could contribute to the health of people, high quality and innovative. So I came up with that pumpkin seed oil. not only the legacy of the country, but also to show other people that everything could be possible. It's not required to go abroad, it's not required to go away, but what we have been gifted in our nature can satisfy our desire.
Yes. Well done, Mary. She leaves out one more thing she said on our trip. She said that they import oil from South Africa, olive oil, and it's not even good quality. She didn't realize I came from South Africa, but I'm glad you've omitted that
and
now.
I was saying that people who are in the industry of standardization should consider that.
Yes.
In Africa, we have a lot of the product with poor quality, but because maybe the local people don't know those products, they are not aware that they are good or bad quality.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
Marie, what else are you making? So it's not just the oil. You've managed to see that there's so much more that can be created from these very latent products around us.
yeah.
What else are you making?
Yeah, actually in pumpkin seeds, we do not only make the oil, but also we make the biscuit. We, actually it's a value chain from the crop. We just make a business model where there is a zero waste production in our factory, where after pressing the oil, the cold press oil, the cakes remains from the oil are grinded into producing pumpkin seed flour. And from the pumpkin seed flour, the final is sold as it is to make different recipes.
Yes.
And the particles which are still solid are mixed with other ingredients to make healthy cookies, so you can taste them.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marie. Let's give her a round of applause. Marie, there is so much money in this room, right? So connect. There has to be something to invest in your business as well. Marie's available for conversations. She doesn't have a boardroom, but she's available. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Marie-Ange, on an excellent job that you're doing. Kindly give her a warm round of applause, and thank you very much, Zanele Morrison. We will now take a few 3-minute, short, 3-minute maximum closing statements from a few of our distinguished guests, delegates, partners, and organizers. But first, a video statement from Her Excellency Kitty van der Hagen, Vice Minister for International Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Deputy Governor of the African Development Bank for the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The video, please.
Excellencies, dignitaries, colleagues, dear friends, I so wish I could be there with you. It's an honor, nevertheless, to speak to you through a video message. As the Deputy Governor of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to the African Development Bank, let me express my deep gratitude to the Republic of Senegal and, of course, the African Development Bank for organizing this timely second Dakar summit. And it's a summit that occurs at a crucial time. Today, the world is hungrier than ever before. There are food crises that are ongoing, new ones that are imminent, and most apparent in regions experience a protracted crisis. In the Horn of Africa and the Sahel, it's chronic hunger and malnutrition which are caused by poverty and inequality, by conflict and instability, and increased drought and flooding, of course, due to climate change. And then, of course, the illegal Russian invasion in Ukraine has disrupted global supply chains and increased prices for food, for fertilizer, and for energy, thereby exacerbating food insecurity, especially in food import-dependent African countries. And therefore, it's a true pleasure for me to announce that the Netherlands will therefore allocate an additional extra 450 million euros over the next 5 years to food security programs with a focus on sub-Saharan Africa. Greater emphasis in these programs will be placed on enhancing the resilience of food systems. Feed Africa is the title of this summit. And more importantly, as President Adesina has stated, Africa must feed itself, and Africa can feed itself. We don't have time to waste. We need to take action and build more resilient food systems. And in the light of this, again, I am pleased to announce that the Netherlands commits to support the African Emergency Food Production Facility of the ADB with $30 million. This funding will advance soil fertility and supply of good quality seeds to smallholders through 2 projects in Ethiopia and in Mozambique. The African Emergency Food Production Facility is not a humanitarian emergency operation. It is designed to boost local food production and to build and strengthen the resilience of food systems, to mitigate risks in the short and in the longer term. The facility will assist in unleashing Africa's food and agricultural potential. I look forward to continuing our long-standing partnership, and I want to express our support and commitment to the African Development Bank, its president and its staff, and the work on the ground. I wish you all a very productive and inspiring Feed Africa Summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency van der Hagen, especially for the commitment of 450 million euros to the ambitions of the Feed Africa Summit, as well as $30 million to projects in Mozambique and Ethiopia. To you and to your government, the government of the Netherlands, we say a very big thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, can you kindly give her a warm round of applause once again? We will now go to Her Excellencies Vanya Schulz, the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development. Kindly pay attention to the screen.
Your Excellency, President Sall, President Adesina, distinguished colleagues and guests. Unfortunately, I was not able to join you in Dakar, but I am delighted to be able to share a few thoughts with you by video. The world has changed since the first Dakar summit in 2015. Dakar 2 is following up on this at precisely the right time, putting the focus on 2 topics that are more important than ever: food sovereignty and resilience in Africa. Our mission is a life free of hunger, and our conviction is that Africa can feed Africa. These 2 ideas define the common course of Germany's development cooperation with its African partners. However, many of our efforts have been thrown off track. Since 2020, we have constantly been in crisis mode. The implications of the multiple crises for global food security are tremendous. African countries are most affected. We realize that, and we have responded. Last year, Germany provided more funding than ever before for global food security. My ministry invested nearly 1.4 billion euros in extra funding, bringing the total of German support for agriculture and food security worldwide to about 5 billion euros. The crisis requires immediate response, and people need quick assistance. Germany is aware of its responsibility and is working actively to be part of the solution. Nearly 2 billion euros has gone toward the immediate crisis response. However, we simultaneously want to advance the necessary structural transformation of agriculture and food systems. And that is why, together with the World Bank, I launched the Global Alliance for Food Security during Germany's G7 presidency, a coordination mechanism to facilitate and internationally coordinate swift and targeted response to the crisis. The alliance has helped to mobilize $4.5 billion at the 2020 G7 summit alone, and to make the sufferings and needs of the worst affected countries heard. From the beginning, the alliance has engaged with Africa and African institutions. Tailor-made response for the agricultural and food sector require the participation of the African continent and, in particular, the African Union. So I welcome the valuable contributions and active participation of the African Union in the alliance. And I would like to use the opportunity to appeal to everyone again to combine our efforts and ensure that the support reaches those who need it most. The Alliance has set up a dashboard which pools available country-specific data on food situations and crisis response, presents support efforts, and can highlight funding gaps. And I would like to invite you all to use the dashboard and help to continuously improve its content. However, in addition to the short-term crisis response, what is needed above all is the medium-term and long-term transformation of agriculture and food systems toward more sustainability, resilience, and food sovereignty. Germany assists the continent of Africa in achieving by 2025 the goals for an agricultural transformation and for food security that were laid down in the Malabo Declaration in 2014. The UN Food Systems Summit gave new momentum to our related efforts and a new framework to our cooperation. In that context, I would like to highlight Senegal as one of many positive examples of how to make progress nationally on the transformation of agricultural and food systems. We are planning to hold country-level dialogues in the Alliance in 2023, not just in order to find short-term answers, but also in order to look ahead towards the medium-term and long-term transformation of agricultural and food systems worldwide. And I look forward with great interest to the outcomes of the present summit. I will work to make sure that these outcomes and the related political processes will be viewed on whole wherever possible. Let me conclude by making a promise. Germany will remain a strong and reliable partner for Africa and will continue to expand its support. Russia's war in Europe will not make us forget our responsibility. On the contrary, now it is vital to further deepen the partnership between Africa and Europe and write many more success stories of our cooperation. Germany stands in solidarity with its African partners, and I wish you 3 fruitful conference days, many interesting debates, and good results.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Svenja Schulz, for yours and Germany's strong and reliable support for Africa and the ambitions of Dakar too. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce one of the world's most passionate global development leaders whose resonant voice has been loud and clear at Dakar too. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Suleiman Al Jasser, President of the Islamic Development Bank.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I guess it's good afternoon now. I think we have had wonderful 3 days of conversations and sharing experiences. And now I guess the citizens of our member countries are looking for action. And I think that is the most important thing that we should be focusing on. Let me first, just for those who are not very familiar with the Islamic Development Bank, mention that we have 57 members, 27 of them are here in Africa. And we are very proud to have contributed significantly to the development of the agricultural sector, as well as other sectors, but here we're talking about agriculture. We have financed more than $20 billion of agricultural products, agricultural projects, 11 billion of them here in Africa. And we are looking forward to be financing more than $7 billion also in the next 5 years here in Africa. We're very proud to have partnered with institutions like the African Development Bank on very important projects like the industrial processing zones that are a great model, and I hope it will succeed and then catch on as a great example that can be generalized all over Africa. There are even smaller schemes, but not less important, like the rice value chain here in the Senegal, or the cassava value chain. There are these areas where we can really make a difference. So financing, I said, I think 2 days ago, I said financing is not an issue. I didn't mean to belittle the significance of financing, but I think we have been harping on that line for a long time and forgetting sometimes about the commitments that need to be made to remove all obstacles in the way of small farmers and big farmers to really develop the industry. We talk about empowering women and young people to be as productive as they can be if all of these barriers are removed from their path. I think there is a lot of work that the leaders can do, and I was thrilled by the statements that were made 2 days ago by the heads of states and the commitments they were making and the realization they have made that this is an opportunity that we should not let go without really maximizing the benefits. We in the Islamic Development Bank are not profit maximizers. We don't make profits. We are impact and development maximizers. And this is one area where we think we have something to do and to help with. I want to make sure that the member countries from the African continent know that we are always there. I visited some of the projects we have been involved in yesterday, and I was very impressed with the implementation and the execution. And execution is the challenge. So I was very happy to see the Pasteur manufacturing plant, for example, and to see the other projects, the train and the sanitation project, all going very well. But agriculture is the main staple of development. If you don't develop your agriculture first, you're not going to have that surplus of food, surplus of money, and surplus of skills and human beings that are going to carry forward the economy. I think we are at a pivotal point in the history of Africa and the history of the emerging economies. I hope we will not disappoint the citizens of these wonderful nations, and I hope that we can deliver. I know I can commit. I hope others will. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Dr. Al-Jasir, for your closing comments and for the work you and ISDB continue to do to advance development in Africa. Indeed, we are at a pivotal point, and we thank you again for joining us at this summit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the very second time at this summit, please give a warm welcome to a friend of Africa and a supporter of a young and dynamic Africa, His Excellency Michael D. Higgins, President of Ireland, who will be offering us a few brief comments. Please give him a warm welcome as he comes to the podium. Thank you, Excellency.
Take this way. Dear friends, Your Excellencies, Prime Ministers, distinguished guests, May I say straight away, I want to congratulate President Macky Sall, President of Senegal and President of the African Union, President Adesina of the African Development Bank, and all of those and we have just heard a wonderful commitment indeed from Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. I want to pay tribute to all of the heads of state for their vision and leadership in organising this summit at what is a crucial time, not just for Africa, but for the redesign of how we fit our economy and our peoples together in the interests of humanity. It's been a privilege to be present at what I believe is a meeting that has the capacity to have an enormous response, not just for the needs of Africa, but for the needs of humanity at this time. There is no need to report the urgency of the conditions in which we find ourselves in Africa with regard to food security. The challenge we face is, above all else, as I have said, I repeat again, a challenge to humanity itself. Yes, we are addressing a malfunction in global food security, but far more importantly, we are addressing the future of Africa and its people, 17% of the world's population and 24% of the world's young people. I do want to wish, as President of Ireland, all of the compacts that have been presented this week, I wish them success. It is of importance, and it gives them a strength that they are under the vigilance of elected leaders, so many of whom have such good records on inclusion in relation to gender and to youth. That strong connection between gender and food security demonstrates the importance of integrating women into policy responses and policy design, engaging women as leaders and agents of change. In decision-making, this must be central to our policy response to feeding Africa and deepening that paradigm that is emerging, that paradigm shift in the discourse on food security. Now, as to the steps that we must now take, of course we must respond with urgency to the terrible humanitarian crisis which is now so evident. But above all else, we must tackle the structural issues and the structural causes of these repeating disasters. We cannot tackle food security either as an isolated issue. There are a number of things that we must do together, and I just wanted to take these moments to just mention some of these. We must address debt restructuring and debt conditions and achieve an adequate multilateral response. We must address, too, the balances between the cultural realities of sustaining family and of participating in economic activity. We must not offer, too, not only freedom from hunger, but opportunities in new forms of economy for young people. They are uniquely positioned to offer us the balance we need between economics, ecology, society, and culture. And we have to end all dependencies in relation to food security, both in terms of supply and distribution of staples and sources. We have to transfer technology, locating the ownership of intellectual property on the continent where it is being used. And in doing so, we must develop a legal framework that goes beyond traditionally recognizing intellectual property right regimes that can only be justified if they foster food security. The starting point in all of this is the needs of Africa in dealing with African market realities. And attaining such a presence for Africa in global markets as represents a newly reconstructed form of fair trade and responsible, accountable investment. We must draw public attention to the consequences of commodity speculation on key agriculture inputs on which people rely for life, We must build regional grain reserves, as well as a global food aid apparatus fit for the protracted crisis we face, as the special report of the International Panel of Experts on Sustainable Food Systems has argued. Achieving diversity of food production and fair trade systems, cutting harmful dependencies through new models, must include two important initiatives, including holistic agroecology. And I do think as well, in the monitoring of the compacts which have been developed, we have to draw our hope on the new field studies being conducted by African scholars that we have available to us now. Everybody will benefit if their reports on what is working, what is partially working, and what is not working is built into the design and reporting of compacts. The compacts acknowledge, too, which is so important, the importance and value of a demonstration effect. People are moved when they see successes and can see they show a willingness to take on good ideas and apply them. I suggest it will achieve, I think, the very best results if funders such as the African Development Bank work closely not only with the research institutes, both at the national and international level, but particularly take account of those field studies I mentioned. They have been conducted over time in the field in Africa, and that will help ensure that findings from the latest research feed into the design and implementation of any financial supports and investments. And two, I am humbly saying in relation to coming to Africa, we must pay the appropriate respect to indigenous wisdom and see that it is incorporated into the design and implementation of any future food security initiatives. We must abolish all the distances in accountability, and we must have reports on what has been called the empty bucket of loss and damage, which has been agreed at COP27. We have to make sure that it is filled, and it would be a good idea if an empty bucket index report was produced every 3 or 4 months, showing what promises have been delivered and what commitments are being made. Let us all hear the message from Africa. The fundamental value chain that matters is one that meets the needs of sufficiency, of appropriate jobs, and of dignity in the home, in the workplace, and in the community. Any agri-food initiative for Africa, then, has always to have inclusivity at its core, and specifically more vulnerable smallholder farmers must be targeted for inclusion as programme beneficiaries alongside large-scale commercial farmers and enterprises. I want to pay tribute to the African Development Bank, which is setting a headline for a new approach. And I do agree with the previous speaker. The cultural change it is initiating is one that has huge benefits in regard to the banking sector. It is an approach that is able to provide accountability for public and private investment. And such accountability is the best defense we have for democracy. The challenges ahead are urgent, and they can seem increasingly daunting. Let us recognize the scale of the agenda we face, after all, addressing hunger and global food insecurity, tackling climate change and biodiversity loss, protecting rural communities, continuing to build an inclusive, peaceful, resilient, and sustainable world, which seems at times to slip away from us. All of this in a world increasingly riven by geopolitical tension and dangerous narratives of war and military conflict. In these dark moments, let us look to the resources and influence that Africa can harness. And let us not just dream, but decide to act together to make this century Africa's century, a continent with 60% of the world's arable land, which can not only feed its growing population, but become a net exporter of sustainable food to the world. Let us work together to ensure that the dawn of a new era of food security for Africa comes to pass, bringing about a major shift in thinking with regard to food systems, climate change, and hunger, one that addresses structural flaws finally breaks any links with antiquated and flawed food system models that were built on imperial misadventure in the name of progress, and which created food import dependencies, path dependencies in production systems, and opaque speculation in prone markets. Let us vow and let us ensure that food security is never used as a pawn in relation to the negotiation of trade deals. Let us bring to fruition a food production model that addresses the critical dimension of food insecurity, availability, access, utilization, stability, sustainability, and agency, addressing the vicious cycles of conflict, climate, change, poverty, food insecurity, once and for all. This has been a great conference, and now we must fill its results with actions. Jared.
His Excellency Michael D. Higgins, President of Ireland, thank you for your strong and passionate support for Dakar 2 and Africa, highlighting the need there to face head-on the debt crisis and opportunities for young Africans, as well as the need for legal frameworks and leadership accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give His Excellency Michael D. Higgins a warm, warm round of applause. Thank you again for your contributions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Dakar 2 Food Summit is the culmination of a dream, of a vision, and an ambition to do something really dynamically different to help transform Africa's agriculture and agribusiness, in order that we might be able to feed ourselves, feed Africa, end poverty, food poverty, and create wealth. Among others, we have the leadership of Africa's optimist-in-chief to thank for much of the work that has been done behind the scenes. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming to the platform Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, the President of the African Development Bank, for his remarks as we bring this session slowly to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina.
Your Excellency, President Michael D. Higgins, the President of Ireland, and your lovely wife, the First Lady of Ireland, Mrs. Higgins. Thank you for that moving closing statements that you have made. And I keep telling myself that I do hope that I will have your zeal, passion, energy, commitment, and good health when I get to your age to continue to doing the excellent work and leadership you're providing. Your Excellency Amadou Ba, the Prime Minister of Senegal, my dear brother. Your Excellency Mamadou, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger. Your Excellency Sam Matekane, the Prime Minister of Lesotho. Your Excellency, my dear brother, Haile Mariam Desalegn, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia and the Chairman of the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. My dear brother, Your Excellency, Mohammed Al-Jazar, the President of the Islamic Development Bank. I like it when I move around people who actually think money is not so much a problem. So thank you very much for your $7 billion contribution. Not so much a problem, but it's good. An Islamic Development Bank like Badia, the Director General of Badia, who is also here, Dr. Sidi, the honorable ministers, heads of delegations, leaders of the private sector, farmers of Africa, media leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It was 2 days ago that we all gathered right here in Dakar for the Feed Africa Summit. We came in response to a clarion call out of Africa that it is time for Africa to feed Africa. The clarion call was that the time is right and that the time is now for Africa to feed itself. We came from Africa. We came from around the world. African heads of state and government gathered in such large numbers, 34 African heads of state and government in total, to show their determination to feed Africa. They turned their political will into concrete actions, and they did so passionately. Over 2 days, they participated in animated panel discussions. They chaired presidential boardrooms on food and agriculture delivery compacts of their respective countries. Huddling together, they shared ideas and their heart of what they must do to ensure that Africa feeds itself. They worked in boardrooms until late at night. What commitment, what dedication. Development partners and the private sector showed up in unprecedented numbers. The message was clear. We will work together to strongly support the implementation of the food and agriculture delivery compacts at country levels. What matters now is implementation, results, and impact at scale to boost food production and feed Africa with set targets and timelines. In a new way of working, heads of states and government took upon themselves the leadership and responsibility to personally lead the charge to feed their countries. They came, they listened, they acted. The heads of states and government committed to set up presidential high-level advisory councils to oversee the implementation of the food and agriculture delivery compacts, to be chaired by the presidents themselves in their respective countries. Please give it up to our heads of state again. Development partners, my colleagues and friends, came from all over the world. They came, they listened, and they acted. We agreed to support these compacts with a sharp focus on transparency and results. Development partners collectively committed $30 billion towards the implementation. I thought it should be louder than that. Thank you. Committed $30 billion towards the implementation of the food and agriculture delivery compacts over the next 5 years. And we expect to do more. With strong collective determination and resolve, we will work in coordination and partnerships to help countries to deliver success. It is truly amazing that in just 2 days we collectively got so much done. Please turn to the person next to you, say, we did it together. Well, I don't have anybody next to me, so we did it together. I would like to thank most sincerely His Excellency President Macky Sall for hosting this summit. Your participation, Mr. President, and your support was simply incredible. Your hospitality was remarkable, and your leadership was outstanding and inspiring. Thank you once again, my dear brother and friend, President Macky Sall. I always like to say something about my dear friend and President Macky Sall. I love Senegal. J'aime le Sénégal. Si je peux parler ça en français demain. Et chaque fois qu'il y a quelque chose à faire,
every time I have something to do, and every time there's a need for leadership or some impetus to do things quickly, I always come to Dakar. And as I always say, Senegal is bankable. And my friend, my friend President, when you built the TER, the rapid train, I said you're also bankable.
Your presence made all the difference and made the summit such a great success. A special thanks to His Excellency President Michael D. Higgins, the President of Ireland, who came and who stayed and who participated for 3 full days at this summit. And because I'm an economist, I like things to be optimized. And the President made sure we got great value for his participation. We got 2 for the price of 1. He brought the First Lady. Thank you very much, Mr. President. When I came to see you in Dublin, you did not think about it twice. You said your heart has always been in Africa, and we could feel your heart about Africa. Thank you, Mr. President. You, the participants, made all the difference by your very active participation. With our eyes now fixed and our determination now so strong, and with great resolve, we will feed Africa. For we came in response to a clarion call to do so. We leave with a determination and a resolve to feed Africa when the history is written on how Africa finally fed itself and achieved food self-sufficiency and food sovereignty. Dakar, too, will be remembered as where we got it done. Now, I don't know how to say the rest of the thank yous. I would like to thank all who made this possible. The highly dedicated officials from the government of Senegal. Si vous travaillez pour le gouvernement de Sénégal,
if you work for the government of Senegal and you in this room, please rise.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Merci pour un travail extrêmement bien fait.
Thank you for this good work that you've done. Thank you very much.
Protocol staff, they barely slept, meeting delegations from around the clock. The diligent staff of the Diamniadio International Conference Center. Si vous travaillez dans cette...
But if you are working at this International Conference Center of Diamniadio, and if you're in this room, please rise.
Merci beaucoup pour votre travail. The security services that secured our passages. And now, what can I do without my own staff? Nothing. The great staff of the African Development Bank that are here, starting with my Vice President, Vice President Dunford, where are you? Well done. Dr. Martin Fregena, Director of Agriculture. is a great man. And Atuko Soda. Atuko, where are you? And the rest of the African Development Bank staff that are here and our executive directors, please stand and be recognized as well. And they did not work alone. There's a specific group tasked by the government of Senegal, from protocol, from security, and all of that form the Team Senegal. If you are here, please stand. Merci beaucoup. The technicians who made it possible to seamlessly function. The translators who help us to understand each other in multiple languages. Oh, the drivers who drove us until very, very late at night. The dispatch motorcycle riders who guided us safely through traffic. The media who covered the event and will continue to do so. Thank you, media houses. And the excellent moderators. Aren't they great, these moderators? Give it up to them. If you're a moderator, you're in this house and you moderated the event, please also rise wherever you are. We want to thank you, and I appreciate you. Now, I'm going to talk about a little guy that is over there. Dr. Victor Oladokun, you can stand. He masterfully guided, animated all the panels of the presidents. And you know what? He wasn't actually supposed to do so. I told him just about 3 hours before it happened, and he did it for the whole event. Thank you, Dr. Oladokun, for your great work, and all the moderators. Now, with our hands together and in locksteps, we will reach our destination. An Africa that finally feeds itself. An Africa that develops with pride. I just want to now thank you and wish you safe travels back home. May God bless you and take you all back safely. And we look forward to our action together. God bless everybody.
Many, many, many thanks, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. Many thanks, Dr. Adesina, for your very strong leadership, for your passionate closing comments, your very kind words, your acknowledgments of all involved in this fantastic summit, and for the additional announcement of a commitment by partners of $30 billion over 5 years to the vision, the dreams, and the ambitions of feeding Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give Dr. Adesina again a warm round of applause. For a reading of the Dakar II Declaration on Food Sovereignty and Resilience, please give a rousing and a warm welcome to His Excellency Ali Ngui Ndiaye, the Minister of Agriculture, Rural Equipment and Food Sovereignty, Republic of Senegal. Your Excellency, the podium is yours.
Declaration.
The Dakar Declaration on Food Sovereignty and Resilience, Dakar II, We, heads of state and government of 34 African countries, heads of international and bilateral development organizations, private leaders, gathered during the summit organized by His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal and the Chairperson of the African Union, and Dr. Akivumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, on the theme Dakar 2 Summit, Feed Africa, Food Sovereignty and Resilience in Dakar, Senegal, from the 25th to the 27th of January 2023. I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal and Chairperson of the African Union, for his leadership, as well as the government and the people of Senegal for their warm hospitality extended to all delegations and for the organization of this summit, which is timely and important. We would like to greet His Excellency Mr. Michael Higgins, President of the Republic of Ireland. Congratulate the President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akivumi Adesina, for his leadership, his commitment, and his leading role, which have allowed this summit to be a success. And congratulate the AFDB Group for their close collaboration with the national governments and partners in the development of national compacts for food and agriculture. Concerned with the fact that the price increase of food commodities and disturbances in international food commodities due to COVID-19, climate change, and a conflict like the one between Ukraine and Russia has aggravated food insecurity in Africa, noting that Africa has hosts 65% of the international arable land. It has the potential to feed itself and contribute to feeding the rest of the world. Acknowledging the fact that in spite of its huge agricultural potential, Africa is suffering from a very obvious food insecurity. 1/3 of the 28 million people suffering from hunger are to be found in Africa. Aware of the fact that that food sovereignty needs the agriculture technology for farmers, an increase in investment in the food and agricultural systems. We are convinced that the achievement of SDG number 2 of FAO, Zero Hunger, not be attained if it's not attained in Africa. Noting that support to the African agriculture depends on strong political will and commitment on the part of African governments, development partners, and the private sector, as well as the intensification of high-impact continental programs such as technology for the transformation of African agriculture, of the African Development Bank, the success of national programs, as well as programs undertaken by partners. Greet or commend the pledges made for an amount of $10 billion of the ADB and $20 billion from several other partners to support the transformation of African agriculture through the establishment of national compacts for food and agriculture. Encourage continuous support of international and national research and agricultural development centers, as well as other stakeholders who have joined African countries to develop and make available robust means of production to stimulate productivity in farms and step up resilience. Acknowledge that national compacts for food and agriculture developed during this summit were prepared by African countries who have taken ownership and are conveying the vision, the challenges and opportunities in terms of agricultural production, infrastructure, processing and value added, marketing and financing, which will step up the implementation of the detailed implementation program for the development of agriculture of the African Union, agree that it is time for Africa to feed itself and to fully develop its unleash its agricultural potential to continue feeding the rest of the world. Decide by this declaration to do the following: finalize the development of national compacts for food and agriculture approved during the Dakar 2 summit in collaboration with the country stakeholders, development partners and the private sector in order to achieve food and security and self-sufficiency. Establish presidential boards to supervise the implementation of national compacts for food and agriculture. Support the implementation of national compacts for food and agriculture with indicators of success which are clearly measurable with timelines by adopting concrete national policies, incentives, and regulations aimed at establishing a conducive environment for greater achievements in the agricultural sector. Mobilize domestic and external funding for national compacts for food and agriculture with a large number of multilateral and bilateral partners as well as the private sector. Step up national budgets to support national compacts for food and agriculture in accordance with the Malabo Declaration on accelerated growth and development of agriculture for a shared prosperity and better living conditions by allocating at least 10% of public expenditure to agriculture. And finally, request the African Union Commission and the African Development Bank to ensure the follow-up with different development partners in order to finalize the financial support of $30 billion pledged during the summit. Look for additional financial assistance from other partners and report on the overall funding of development partners, and make sure that the Dakar 2 declaration is submitted to the African Union Summit in February 2023, done in Dakar, Senegal, 27th of January 2023. I thank you.
Your Excellency Ali Ngui Ndiaye, thank you for your comments and the reading of the Dakar 2 Declaration on Food Sovereignty and Resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give him a warm round of applause. As we surely and slowly bring this summit to a close, I'd like to ask that you kindly turn your attention to the screens for the Dakar 2 closing video, after which we will have comments by His Excellency the Prime Minister of the Republic of Senegal. Ladies and gentlemen, the closing video of the Dakar 2 Summit, Feed Africa.
L'Afrique doit apprendre à se nourrir par elle-même. Nous sommes à la croisée des chemins. il y a le chemin de l'Afrique des problèmes, mais il y a par ailleurs le chemin de l'Afrique des solutions.
Together. And I speak to you today out of a sense of seeking hope, a hope born of recognizing the potential of a continent on which the prospects of so much of our shared future rest.
It's shameful for us to be hungry as Africans. We must accept that. We must wash away this shame. We must wash away this shame to our children, to our widows, and the like. It's very, very important.
Faudrait les accompagner et les financements sont très importants. Et je tiens ici à féliciter et à remercier la Banque africaine de développement qui accompagne la majorité des pays africains dans le cadre justement du développement de ce secteur agricole et incite justement les pays à pouvoir avoir des intrants.
Recognizing this challenge and putting the vision of food sovereignty and nutritional security, the Ethiopian government launched several initiatives, including the famous, wheat, national wheat program, the heat resistant, as well as the dry season irrigated wheat.
For a well-fed nation is a more productive nation. A well-fed nation is a healthy nation. And only a food-secure continent can develop with pride. For there is no pride in begging for food.
If we want for Africa to develop, we have to address the food issues that we have. We have to produce what we eat and eat what we produce. Not only will feed our people, but we'll create jobs and give dignity to our people.
Africa can, and Africa should help to feed the world.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, all good things do have to come to an end. To formally bring this summit to a close, I'd like to invite to the podium His Excellency Amadou Ba, Prime Minister of the Republic of Senegal. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give him a rousing and a very warm applause. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Merci. Thank you. Your Excellency, President Michael Higgins, President of Ireland, at this specific moment, I would like to convey the greetings and thanks from President Macky Sall to you, and thank you for your presence in Dakar, and above all, for your confirmed leadership in defending the interests of Africans. Thank you very much. And thank you on behalf of the President of the Republic. Your Excellencies, distinguished Vice Presidents and Prime Ministers, distinguished Ministers, distinguished President of the African Development Bank, dear Akin, President Macky Sall loves you. Senegal loves you. You are a dignified son of Africa, extremely committed for the cause of Africa. And this is why the President has asked me to tell you that you are at home here in Senegal. Distinguished President of the Islamic Development Bank, a major partner of Senegal. President Macky Sall is honored to have you here amidst us. It's again a turning point because multilateral and other international institutions should turn towards Africa and should be united in this struggle. Distinguished President of IFAD, Mr. President of BADEA, you're also very committed, my dear friends. Distinguished ambassadors, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. We have now reached the end of the second conference of the Dakar Summit on agriculture, organized on the theme of Feed Africa, Food Sovereignty and Resilience. At the very outset, on behalf of the President of the Republic, Mr. Macky Sall, current chairperson of the African Union, I would like to express to each one of you my sincere thanks for your presence and for your active participation in this important event, organized jointly by the Government of the Republic of Senegal and the African Development Bank. I would like to also thank and commend all delegations for their contributions to our proceedings, which have enabled us to have such rich and fruitful results in a very pleasant and peaceful atmosphere. Now, during these 3 days of interaction and sharing, we have reviewed all the decisions which stemmed from the last Dakar Summit in order to determine ways and means of their prompt and comprehensive implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the path of Africa of problems, which maintains us in a status quo situation of agriculture, which exposes us to food precariousness. And then we have the path, African path of solutions, which places us in a prospect of modern agriculture and leads us towards sovereignty, food sovereignty beyond resilience. Dakar, too, resolutely fits into the momentum of Dakar of solutions, an Africa which draws from its huge potential to feed itself by itself and also helps in feeding the rest of the world. Recent exogenous shocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change and the Ukraine war have highlighted the importance for our states to rise up to the challenge of security of our populations by building our endogenous populations of national defense and food sovereignty. Now, these challenges have become a priority and a prerequisite for all development, calls on all citizens in Africa, particularly the political leaders, community leaders, researchers, farmers and other stakeholders to get together and join hands around an African agenda defined by Africans and steered by Africans. This is the whole sense of all these initiatives taken at the continental level, including Agenda 2063 of the African Union, NEPAD, the Maputo commitments, aimed at guaranteeing a minimum budget allocation of 10% and the five high fives of ADB, which including the program Feed Africa. This is also the struggle led by President Macky Sall, who, ever since he was appointed at the helm of our continental organization, is constantly advocating for Africa to be present in all international governance institutions. This allows Africa to defend its own agenda and to propose the required reforms at the multilateral level. For the past 60 years, access to basic commodities has never been as difficult and expensive. Following our heads of states, we've all mentioned it. It is indeed a paradox that Africa, the continent which is the biggest one in the world with 30 million square kilometers, more than 60% of active population, and having the best water and land resources as well as renewable energy, is a continent which is the most dependent to ensure the subsistence of its children. The political commitment of our leaders reasserted here in Dakar means that we have to move to action by making the required changes, by starting with a paradigm shift. So it is time to do away with dependency on other countries who are sometimes less endowed in resources but who have succeeded in making themselves important on the international trade, on the international market for food products. The new policy advocates that Africa should consume what it produces and also produces what it consumes. So it should be a supply in concentric circles, both at the local and at the continental levels, by going through the national and sub-regional levels. The economic transformation of the continent cannot be done without an agriculture based on new technologies, which is resilient to climate change, which creates jobs and also wealth, promoting health. The vision of development of food sovereignty goes much beyond production and markets. It takes into account the entire value chain and its articulation with industrialization. This is the whole meaning of agropoles, which Senegal is currently rolling out in every economic zone based on the dominating sectors for on-the-spot processing of primary commodities in order to add value to local products and create new jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, our vision of food sovereignty also includes the social, environment, and well-being of rural populations who should live in decent conditions with better access to basic social services. This is the whole meaning of the strategy of food sovereignty of Senegal, in order to implement it by 2028, and whose cost is estimated at $8 billion. Projects have been very carefully chosen after a vast consultation between the government, the private sector, and farmers' organizations, as well as research institutes, with the support of our technical and financial partners. And I would like to here commend the Minister of Agriculture, who has coordinated this entire policy. With such high-level guidance, this strategy will allow African and the Senegalese populations to achieve food and nutrition security on a sustainable basis and develop better resilience in the wake of different hazards, and also drive a sustainable economic and social development. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude the Dakar 2 summit, I would like to note with all of you that it has been a resounding success, with the participation of more than 30 heads of states and delegations, with more than 60 ministers coming from 40 African countries who have answered the invitation of President Macky Sall and President Akin Adesina. We are honored with your presence here. And from our 3 days of discussions and the different panel meetings, I have 6 major takeaways. Firstly, agricultural sovereignty should be a development priority for all our countries. Secondly, we should necessarily work to facilitate access to land, sustainable financing, promote new agricultural technology, and development of infrastructure to achieve food sovereignty. Thirdly, we should increasingly work to make agriculture more attractive for youth and women of our respective countries. Fourthly, experience sharing and good practices, exchange of good practices between our countries should support our cooperation in the field of agriculture. 5, we should launch a new approach to food sovereignty so that African populations are the linchpins of our ambitions. Finally, we need to commend the firm commitments of the African Development Bank and all our partners to fund in particular, especially other development banks, to support and achieve our different policies in the field of agricultural sovereignty. The ball is in our court now. It goes without saying that our commitment for food sovereignty has been strengthened, and this means that our partnership for Africa to feed itself and the rest of the world is based on a solid foundation. And so now we have to share in our respective countries the outcomes of our discussions and ensure the follow-up of the decisions, implementation of the decisions for second Dakar summit, so that when we take stock later, we'll be in a position to present concrete results and compliant with our ambitions. As far as Senegal is concerned, as the current chairperson of the African Union, we will pursue our efforts in conjunction with the AfDB and other African countries so that the monitoring, the follow-up of our decisions in Dakar will become a reality and remain efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, to all of you, I would like to express my sincere thanks for your collaboration, which has allowed us to produce such good results. Commend the teams of AfDB, the co-organizer of this event, as well as the Senegalese government for the good organization of the summit. On behalf of President Macky Sall, I would like to once again thank the President of AfDB, Dr. Akin Adesina, for his devotion for the cause, African cause, particularly for his commitment for the development of agriculture in every country of the continent. He has asked me to tell you that he congratulates you and he considers you to be a dignified son of the country and the African continent and a perfect Senegalese. With these words, I'd like to declare closed the Dakar Summit on Feed Africa, Food, Sovereignty and Resilience, and I thank you for your very kind attention.
Closing address by His Excellency Amadou Ba, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Senegal, officially bringing down the curtains on this highly successful Dakar 2 Feed Africa Summit. On that note, my job is done. My name is Victor Ladekun, and it's been a wonderful pleasure being your moderator during this summit. Safe travels and all the very best.
Testing, testing.
Test, test, test.
Alors, bonjour monsieur, vous nous recevez? Can you hear us? Is it loud and clear, gentlemen? Testing, 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 sir. Thumb up, please. Testing, testing, testing. Yeah, it's much better. It's really much better. The sound quality, the hissing is less now.
Ici dans mon...
Yeah, in my headset here. Okay, lucky you. Joe? Morning, Joe.
Proceedings are in French, you can switch to English on channel 5. So make sure you get this gadget before we get started. Now, everybody having settled down, because I realize our guests have got a very tight schedule and we will get down to business as soon as possible. So if you can settle down, I'll appreciate. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen of the press, and welcome to this closing press conference. We've got our chief guest here. We've got the president of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Kiyomi Adesina. We've got the Minister for Agriculture, Rural Equipment and Food Sovereignty, Mr. Aling Nguyendiaye, with us this afternoon. So what's going to happen is this. They're going to speak to us, make brief comments, and after that, we will come to you for your question. And when I come to you, please do say your name, your organization, and I'll appreciate if you can stick to one question because of time. And please do wait for the microphone to come to you so that the interpreters can also hear what you're saying. So having said that,